Could everyone please take your seats? Good morning. The May 30th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on interpretation icon, world, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish flow in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you're in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Buenos días, aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga el clic en el icono de interpretación, globo terráqueo, y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay Tequeño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Now please join me in the flag salute. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Michael, can you please confirm quorum?
We do have a quorum, Chair, with the cities of Chula Vista, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, National City, Oceanside, Poway, and Vista absent.
All righty. And Michael, can you please go over the remote attendee procedures?
Currently, the remote attendee is not in the meeting yet, so we can't acknowledge those questions right now.
Okay, so if they show up, then we will.
I'll call it out to you.
I'll turn it over to you. Okay. Okay, let's move on to non-agenda public comment.
For non-agenda public and member comments, as a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. Disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have a quorum. So based on those factors, the chair has determined that today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 2 minutes for their comment. And first, for in person would be Purita Javier, followed by Cesar Javier.
Good morning. I am Purita Javier. Thank you. SANDAG. I am Purita Javier, a senior with medical condition and victim of home business ceramics manufacturing and kiln industrial activity located, constructed, and operated in a single family residential zone. Community since 1984. We are hurt And twice we were ordered, restricting order by the water of the hazardous business. First was perceived violent action, harassment, 7 months in 2022, when my husband basically engaged educating our neighbors. Second, in our enjoyment of life, practice of religion via radio broadcast and digging with Caesar's jackhammer, 3 years restraining order. Councillor Luqadda, then environment chair and now council president. Help. Councillor Rivera, governing body under APCD, absentee help. Major Gloria, ranking governing member APCD, inactive and absentee help.
Thank you, Purita. Your time has expired. Next is Cesar Javier, followed by allegedly Audra.
Cesar Javier, these are our assigned leadership. Mayor Gloria, Councilor Rivera, these are the prominent members of the governing board, Air Pollution Control District. You know, the kids from Morse, they have solution. Reduce air pollution, Sir Luqadda. Grade 3, grade 5, grade 7, they know the solution. Why can't you do it? I approached you during the San Diego 350 activist at Balboa Park and gave you an A1 information. There were deaths proximate to the site. 9 seniors dead. Don't you think there is a strong correlation with this poison gas? CDC declared that it is emitting toxic gases after or during the pandemic, COVID-19. It was declared. Councilor Luqadda, can't you not wake up and do something? We reported it to you since 2021, June 30th. Still pandemic. Nobody cared. Why? You are systematically destroying us. Forgive me, but that is the truth. Come to our community. Look at it. Councilor Rivera, where are you? And where are the city employees who are supposed to conduct even a quiet investigation? We do not see them since. One came there with a camera. I do not know if that is a working camera. I asked, where is the copy? Are these the kind of public servants from the core city of San Diego?
Thank you, Cesar. Your time has expired. Next is allegedly Audra, followed by Truth.
Morning, y'all. Here to give you an update of what's really happening in San Diego, because you guys don't like to let people know the truth. It is so fantastic to have more and more families who have had their children abducted come forward and want to expose the nefariousness of the child welfare system here in San Diego and actually across the nation. It's really good, and the DOJ is going to be having to deal with a lot of families coming forward. And then Luqadda, it's interesting because, you know, Tent City, there's a lot of interesting things going on there. Teresa Smith, Dr. Teresa Smith from Dreams for Change, who also is in Oceanside and took over a veterans homeless shelter and turned it into a trans homeless shelter, really makes the veterans feel welcome. Does really nice not stabbing them in the back. But there are sexual assaults happening there from the employees that she hires that are actually from like a halfway house that have ankle monitors, and then they're engaged engaging in things like making the residents, suck on their penis and, have sex with them unwillingly. But hey, let's not shut that place down. It's also got a fire hazard, extremely significant one, especially when they are locked in like they're in a prison. The food that they're given is not even food. The new tents that they got, it's so great because they're infested with bugs. But hey, at least you can get them at a discount, right? If you get them infested with bugs, and then you can just blame it on the homeless. Also, the rat infestation is quite interesting, as well as the flies and maggots that are there. In addition, the water that they have to drink out of is right by electrical outlets, and it also has a very nice film of algae growing on it. So it's interesting the things that aren't being provided there, but as you give them millions of dollars and actually increase their budget almost by $500,000, good thing, right? Because it's going right into Teresa's pockets, and they are retaliating against a whistleblower trying to kick him out. So good for you guys.
Next is Truth, followed by our online public comment of Paul the Bold.
Did everyone barbecue and go to the beach for Memorial Day? If only all the beaches were closed, not just Coronado and IBs, then maybe more people would actually know what that day was about. Rebecca, who isn't here, too bad, doesn't need to respond to my criticisms of misbehaviors. The current, usually more positive environment will still stand, even if some feel guilt because they need to course correct. And other than the scaled back catering that's not hidden away in the corner over there, you can't say the culture's better when the chair mouthed a conversation behind me while I spoke last time. And people can't even see the reps on this side of the room. And the spending culture is still very inflated. What part of a $50,000 plus 2-day meeting is fiscally responsible? Retreat planning by Intesa Communications was over $30,000. Kenneth Moore was paid $350 for only 25 minutes of work. Yet when Catherine Benny researched, called venues and emailed venues and made a PowerPoint for 6 hours, she was only paid $50. The voice and video rental cost $4,449. The venue rental plus 9 hotel rooms for Lisa, Minto, Joe, Luz, Allison, Joel, and Carolina cost $14,583. That includes $189 of parking because everybody drove there. SANDAG says they sent the bar tab back to Luz. Love you, but pay up. The cheeseless breakfast, lettuce lunch, and the hidden meat-filled dinner with, I'm going to assume, karaoke cost $6,425. If it takes wasting $50,000 for you guys to learn how to work together, there is something wrong with the culture here. While the regional plan learning sessions are only 1 per geographic area. So SANDAG is expecting people in Solana Beach to drive the Vista. Makes SANDAG sense to me. And about the OME crossing, Maria said SANDAG is gifting everything to the federal government. So San Diego County and California paid for a gift to the Trump administration. Wow. For up to 45 lanes of vehicle pollution to add more GHGs to the regional plan numbers. So who's paying for that? That would be us Americans expected to drive less while Mexico continues to get a free pass on everything. Is that what our military members fought and died for? For another country to harm us? For an agency to blow our tax dollars without accountability? Something to think about. Thank you.
Next is Paul the Bold, followed by Consuelo. Go ahead, Paul.
Morning, Paul Bold. It's really amazing to me how SANDAG continues to push for a plan to adjust the Lausanne, that's LOSSAN, tracks in Del Mar, only when it is so obvious that the problems are everywhere and are continuing. Just last meeting, we heard about 2 things. Another, SANDAG seawall seems to need stabilization, and now NCDT is dealing with the 2-month San Clemente shutdown. Del Mar needs 6 more seawalls, apparently. But then there are the Del Mar Bluffs, beaches eroding so bad that Carlsbad has to move Highway 101. South Oceanside Beach is eroded down to rock. And a lot of the track through Camp Pendleton and up to San Clemente is way too close to the ocean to avoid erosion and flooding when it happens. How reliable that is without service interruptions? How reliable is a Lausanne corridor? Can SANDAG guarantee this? We need a 100-year plan, not a 10-year plan. Do we really want to get to the point where produce is rotting on the trains, vital supplies are delayed, tourists and their dollars are so pissed off that they go elsewhere? I don't think so. On the audits and expenses, SANDAG has to get its act together. They keep showing us how reasons to distrust them more and more and more. I mean, if we keep getting these messages, how are we ever going to trust SANDAG to monitor, to spend our funds wisely?
Thank you, Paul. Your time has expired. Next is Consuelo, followed by our last public comment, Marco Espinosa.
Okay.
Go ahead, Consuelo.
Okay. Yeah, Consuelo here, and good morning to everybody. And what I wanted to say today was regarding the UN. Here we go, the UN Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 sounds like sustainability plans, right? But many critics like myself have warned the people that this will lead to tighter government, and that's government control over our lives. A major part of this vision is the 15-minute cities, where everything you need is within a 15-minute walk or bike ride. That's why you see all those stupid bike lanes. On the surface, it promotes convenience and reduced emissions, but many will argue it will lead to digital surveillance, restricted travel, and loss of property rights, all in the name of climate action. The policies may start out as voluntary, but become mandatory. It's important to ask, are we being empowered or managed? The real danger lies not in walkable neighborhoods, but in centralized control that limits freedom and choice under the guise of sustainability. Amen to the previous speakers. SANDAG is continuing to be reckless, and they obviously just don't care. So there you go. This is what's really going on. This is the plan. People better wake up, and people better start really acting upon what it is they have in mind to do to us, our property, our movement. And it's not a joke, man. It really isn't. It's really sad, the priorities that they throw our money at. That's all I got.
Thank you. And our last public comment is Marco Espinosa.
Hello, good morning, Marco Espinosa. Happy Friday. Glad that the weather is better today, right? I just want to say that I was recently this past week on University Avenue in the Hillcrest neighborhood, and I saw the banner on the fence for Normal Street, and I saw it said SANDAG on it. And so I wasn't aware that SANDAG was part of it. I wasn't at the groundbreaking ceremony. So I just wanted to say thank you for being part of the collaboration, and I look forward to the final product. That's all.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment chair on non-agenda public items.
Very good. Now we're on to member comments, non-agenda. The first speaker is Robin Joy Maxson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. The unincorporated area is frustrated. It's 600,000 people are frustrated. I believe in our regional mission at SANDAG. However, it appears that again and again, this is aspirational instead of actual. The draft 2025 regional plan is hyper-focused on coastal and city projects to the exclusion of the unincorporated area taxpayer whose money pays for those projects. The unincorporated area taxpayer is laser-focused on wildfire evacuation and road safety, and that is why they voted to raise highway improvement taxes through Transnet not once, but twice. However, here at SANDAG, we've recently allocated $27 million for a bike lane that will never benefit unincorporated area residents. Wearing our regional hat, if SANDAG's goal is to add bike paths to the region, then what prevents SANDAG from creating separated Class 1 bike paths in areas outside the metro area? For example, why haven't any multi-use separate pathways been created for our residents in Hamil? These folks also have bikes. NCTD Plus is a last mile connection service within some cities that provides riders with flexible transportation within their community. These cities already have public transportation, but now they will have enhanced Cadillac level service while unincorporated communities continue to lack even basic service levels. For example, we have thousands of students living in the unincorporated community of the San Diego Country Estates. These kids have zero transportation service. Forget about flexible service. They have zero service. It is 6 miles from their neighborhood to the town's schools, library, businesses, and jobs. Wearing our regional hats, when will these children needs be recognized by SANDAG, and how can we leave them out of our planning? Naturally, we focus on what we can see right in front of us. The geographically disadvantaged unincorporated area residents seem to be hidden in plain sight with respect to SANDAG projects. The county is 2.9 million acres, of which 2.3 million of those acres is unincorporated. That translates into 959 square miles of cities compared to 3,567 square miles of unincorporated area. We're 84% of the county. When we see a project map that is mostly blank in those 2.3 million acres, and we know that 600,000 people live there and pay taxes, something is wrong. Can we honestly declare we are wearing our regional hat when looking at this map? How do we demonstrate that we are being fair to them? The population is there, the needs have been present for decades, the will to act regionally appears to be absent. I always assume innocent intent, but our unincorporated area residents continue to be left out. But what is causing this situation? And more importantly, what will change the culture of SANDAG to recognize and take action to implement equity for those living outside the geographically advantaged zone? What will it take for SANDAG to embrace the regional focus for which it has been entrusted? 600,000 people are asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanella.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good morning, everyone.
If you could move the mic close to you, the acoustics here are a little.
Thank you. Mike Sanella from San Marcos, first time here, but I've been online watching for quite some time. I'll be filling in for Mayor Jones, and she wanted me to mention that San Marcos is in full support of adding 2 new voting positions to the board of directors, an unincorporated county planning group seat and a tribal seat. She believes that these 2 groups have not had a voice at the table, and it's possibly more important for them since their transportation needs are lacking due to their proximity to the job centers and any public transit options. So thank you.
Thank you. I will make my comments now. First of all, just a reminder, SANDAG has engaged a consultant to help us look at our governance framework, which means looking at the PACs and the working groups and how everything interplays. So Becca introduced this project at the retreat for those of you who are there, and we will all have an opportunity to share our thoughts next week. A survey will be sent out via email, so keep an eye out for it. I also would like to report out that the team and I got back from a 2-day trip in Sacramento. A couple of things that I was able to do was attend the CalCog Board of Directors meeting. That is a board of all the councils of government throughout the state. We discussed a little bit about SB 375 reform, and a working group was set up there because there's sort of 2 approaches. They're not too far apart, but they will be working on how we can reform SB 375, which, if you will recall, was originally a bill about reducing greenhouse gases through our planning efforts and transportation projects. It's now become sort of all about vehicle miles traveled and the way we have to model for that, which is extremely expensive. I also brought up the idea when the topic was legislation and actions, that they should be looking at SB 79. Again, I think all of you around the table should be looking at SB 79, which would allow 7 stories, 120 dwelling units an acre, within a half mile of a transit station, including a bus stop. Doesn't have to be housing. It completely overlooks your zoning objective objective standards or not, and ignores your housing element. And this would all be by right. In my city, with our train station long and skinny, for those of you who've been there, it'd be about half my city, which would be subject to 7 stories at 120 dwelling units an acre, probably with no parking. So if you haven't got in your opposed letter, please take a look at the legislation and do so. I know staff is looking at it on behalf of SANDAG as well. We also met with Senate Housing, their committee chair, their committee staff. The chair this year of Housing is somebody who I think aligns with those of us around the table who are really supportive of affordable housing in our communities, both building new and retaining what we have, and also including looking at the impacts of those and making sure that we don't just have communities full of luxury apartments that don't offer any opportunity for ownership. So she was also on the Cali Call, which is a California Alliance of Local Electeds. It's a group of us who meet on Zoom every Sunday at 4 o'clock. Any of you electeds who are interested, contact me and we can include you in that. But Senator Wahab was the guest on Sunday, and she's quite excellent. She's brilliant and articulate and very clear-sighted. And she explained that in the Senate, it's pretty much those like her and those who are just build at whatever cost it takes. The Senate Housing Committee that we met with pretty much reiterated all of that. And it's always so frustrating to go up there because they recognize that this isn't working, but there's these political considerations that seem to override the reality on the ground. So the more we can speak to our representatives, I think the better for our region. So please continue to do that. We also met with Senator Jones, who had some questions for us about SB4 funding. We met with Federal Railroad Administration and discussing ensuring that our funding was in place because of the May revise. There's a lot of changes in the governor's budget. We wanted to make sure that our funding was in place. We're cautiously optimistic about that. I'll turn it over to Mario now for any additions to our trip and anything else you have to offer.
Okay, thank you. I may be in some areas redundant, but we'll try to complement. As the chair said, the team, we accompany her to Sacramento. And like it was discussed, we had robust discussions about the budget, the May revise, and Senate Bill 375 reform. I think it is important to highlight Senate Bill 375 reform, as the chair said. It sets the emission targets. It says guidelines for us to meet certain things in order to continue receiving funding. And if we want to be more open to having those projects in the unincorporated areas, part of that will be Senate Bill 375 reform. So it sometimes we get mentioned as the unwillingness of the agency to do certain things, but the agency has also some rules and guidelines that needs to follow when we're developing the regional plan. And I'm not trying to generate a discussion on an argument, but I'm trying to understand the competing efforts and the efforts that the chair, myself, as well as the other MPOs in some of the other MPOs in the state are trying to bring up is allow us to have more flexibility. And that's what we're pursuing with SB 375. And it goes in the token of what you mentioned, Ms. Maxim, that would give us that flexibility. We also met with the Federal Rail Administration Regional Administrator to talk about the status of some outstanding grants, where we are with those ones. We're optimistic, reserved, but optimistic that some grants that are on the pipeline will be approved from FRA. We also had a brief discussion with them about their delegation on NEPA. And let me go back a little bit. Like the projects we do on highways, Caltrans has a NEPA delegation from Federal Highway Administration. So Caltrans takes the lead both on CEQA and NEPA. So in this case, on the rail jobs, FRA sometimes is the lead. They have a delegation to high-speed rail. They advised us to pursue that. In that token, on this trip, I also signed an MOU with high-speed rail for the intent to pursue that delegation so that we can begin the NEPA process on the Lausanne realignment project also. So that was something else that happened on the trip. And we also met with the Lieutenant Governor's office to brief them on the Lausanne project as well as our border projects and the different things that are happening at the border. We talking about housing also. Now here in San Diego, SANDAG signed the agreement where we are the REAP 2.0 funding, about $4.4 million. It's being granted to several tribes in the county for them to develop housing projects. So that has been going through, but our planning department did execute that agreement to materialize that funding for the tribes. Next week, FDA, Federal Transit Authorities, will be performing here, kicking off our triennial audit here at SANDAG. We're also supporting the assessment of our finance department right now, as well as the LAFCO review. As we have mentioned several times, LAFCO is doing a municipal review on the agency, and we're also working on the TDA performance audit, as well as ongoing OIPA audit that's happening in addition to the one that's going to be reported today. On some project updates, we had the public scoping meeting last night on the Lausanne realignment. The last one a year ago was attended by about 400 people. This year was attended by about 150. It was in the Del Mar Fairgrounds. We provided an update of the project, the alternatives that you all voted on, and it went well. It went well. I would say it went better than last year. The deadline to submit comments for this will be June 30th. Also, as I mentioned before, Caltrans had released the draft environmental document for the 1578 connector and Ox Lanes on the 78. I want to remind the public and everybody the next Thursday, June 5th at 6 p.m. in the San Marcos Community Center, we'll be having a public meeting to garner more comments and for the team to explain this project. For that project, the comment period will close on July 3rd. And as it was mentioned, the draft environmental document, draft regional plan, was published and made public for comments, and it's available. And we will be receiving comments up to July 18. We will have our first regional plan outreach event. We'll be in the city of El Cajon on Wednesday, June 10th at 5:30. Those three efforts that I mentioned are very, very big efforts, either from a planning perspective and from a project delivery perspective. So that shows that the team is really focused on moving forward on this and other projects. The back office, we're continuing to work with Deloitte and A2B to understand the timing of and the next steps. I'm confident that we will get there, but we're really working hard with them to understand the delays that they have brought up. We're reaching out to all our partners to understand what are the options as we're moving forward to try to implement our back office. In a silver lining to close, and again, highlight our staff. Yesterday, the APWA, the Public Works Association, had their yearly luncheon. That is probably the Public Works' biggest luncheon of professionals and recognition. And the SANDAG team received 2 Projects of the Year awards. One was on the environmental, the San Dieguito Lagoon restoration, and on transportation, the Pershing Bikeway. So I really, really want to congratulate the teams there. Those two projects are very, very, very nice projects and shows a great deal of excellence. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Michael, do we have any public comments on a consent?
We do, Chair. First is allegedly Audra, followed by Cesar Javier. Please identify what consent item you're speaking to.
All of them. There's only two. So the weighted vote, we shouldn't even be doing that. It actually like takes away the one vote, one member, one vote type of a thing. But everything you guys do, it doesn't really matter because you're going to do this whole United Nations plan anyway. But it's interesting to look at the population numbers and the fact that we used to be at like 3.38 million. Now it says 3.33, and it's actually gone up supposedly like 15,000 from last year, which is weird because you guys are killing people. I mean, right? COVID did a really good job of that. And then also the abortions, you know, ripping babies apart, that helps not populate more. But the whole invasion, that was something that definitely people were thinking was going to up the numbers. So perhaps there's babies that have been had from these individuals that came across. And, you know, I'm just wondering if the children that get trafficked outside of the county, is that part of the reason as well? Because that's happening on a massive scale. But that's okay, right? We don't want to talk about that because that's just propaganda. We shouldn't tell people the truth. Let's just give them numbers and make them feel real special about that. But you definitely should have had a tribal seat on this board since the beginning, and not done a disservice by having them give you guys information and not even allow them to have a vote. I don't even think they should engage with SANDAG because everything that's happening is actually against like the natives and everything they believe in. But it's okay because when you want the government to come in, then they get to tell you what to do, but you get the money, right? So as long as you sell your soul, you can get money to do nefarious things with that the, you know, government wants you to. So it's just interesting to see so many corrupt people in one place. It's fun.
Next is Cesar Javier, followed by Truth.
Cesar Javier, thank you, SANDAG. Weighted vote distribution for 2026 is clear and no change. 1.4 million core city residents, equivalent to 42 votes, is not clear of its impact fundamentally in the delivery of public goods, such as SANDAG's planning and implementation of mobility circulation mission in the region. In the Transnet presentations, the core city, Councilor Luqadda, if you were very keen understanding the presentation, is failing. Very clear, along with two other cities. This failure has a strong correlation with the corruption heightened since the administration of assigned leadership under Mayor Gloria. He must be here as a strong, representation as far as voting is concerned. Where is he? He has no balls to appear and contribute in the solution making. Why? Despotic, cruel to San Diegans. Corruption equals monopoly plus discretionary without accountability. What kind of independent local government, core city, where there is no human and health services? Tell me. Of all the 47 departments, Councilor Luqadda, do you have provisions for health and human services? What is happening to the Tijuana victims of pollution? What is happening to the fire victims, to the flood victims, criminality, accidents, lawsuit after lawsuit against the city? There is no provision, Sir Luqadda. Councilor Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. Chair, Councilmember O'Donnell from Vista is now online. Councilmember O'Donnell, can you see us okay? Hear
I
us
can
okay?
see and hear, yes.
All right. So with you attending remote this morning, you need to confirm some information. Could you please confirm with us that you are able to leave your camera on throughout the course of the meeting?
I can.
Thank you. Is there anybody over the age of 18 in the room with you? And if so, could you please state their relationship to you?
There is not.
Thank you. Could you briefly describe the reason for your remote participation this morning without disclosing any medical information?
Yes, we've just welcomed a new child into our family, and I need to be home to be with them.
All right, thank you. Well, that does qualify, Chair, for remote participation, so we can go and back to public comment, and that would be Truth.
Item 3, some of these population numbers are questionable. Some cities seem like their population is more, not less, like the chart claims. But my favorite is Del Mar, an increase of 2 people. Don't get too crazy, Del Mar. Maybe you guys could use some San Diego style stacking packs. But maybe there's no room with all the incoming SANDAG tunnels, huh? Item 2, the Public Utilities Code says the weighted vote can consist of a total of 100 votes at a maximum for how many cities? Has anyone noticed how the weighted vote favors the cities that have implemented the most stack impacts? What a coincidence. Too bad that doesn't exist, coincidences. Areas that have seen huge growth like Chula Vista, where Carolina said she doesn't want tariff taxes on cargo. No, she just wants a toll tax to fund the once told 125. Once again, hypocrisy. And besides Bully Hassan, the weighted vote was the other tactic of intimidation that once made certain cities keep their mouths shut on the corruption and collusions that has run rampant here for years and will not be fixed within a few months just because some new faces are here. Some of the new faces also tell lies just like the old faces did, right down there. Something else about population numbers to consider. Government works best when in a small number. Why? Because those in public servant positions can more easily be held accountable for their behaviors and actions when everybody actually knows them and can get in touch with them. Maybe they even would know where they live. Big bureaucracy with a big budget, big consultants, we don't know how much they cost, distance barriers in a big room requiring binoculars are a huge problem when there's, say, 19 different people to address with well over 19 different unique issues to address and only 2 minutes to do it on stuff I never even consented to. And by the way, the weighted vote was discussed at the Air Pollution Control District recently. Apparently, there's some bill coming through to ram it on them, and Jay Dunn had very wise advice that creates a very toxic environment. You probably shouldn't support it. Very interesting, though, to learn that staff was going to just ram it through, almost like SANDAG used to be. Hopefully, we'll stop being like that. Thank you.
Next is Paul the Bold online, followed by Consuelo. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, great speech by Robin Joy Maxon. She seems to be waking up to the SANDAG constantly ignoring East County and sort of it's like no taxation without representation. So go East County. The weighted vote. It's interesting. No weighted vote change from FY25 to FY26. I wonder why this whole thing is necessary, since it's surely wrong and the population counts hasn't been used, I believe, since 2020. And the chair and the previous chair both promised not to use a weighted vote. So is this a waste of time? Should we print and delete, cover with dust and bury in the archives? Maybe. Member agency assessments. According to Article 6 of the bylaws, the assessments are based on population. So not sure why these totals range from a 3.04% increase to a 7.71% increase when the populations have not changed much. Maybe someone on the board knows or can find out. I also noticed that the number of people in the unincorporated area has barely changed since last year. So despite all the political moves to mess with their roads, livelihoods, and property, they must like it out there. SANDAG, please take note. And, stop discriminating against the people in East County. They obviously like it there, so they deserve better. I think it's disgusting that they They aren't even on SANDAG maps, a lot of
Thank
them.
you, Paul. Your time has expired. Next is Consuelo, followed by our last comment of Blair Beekman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So yeah, so the SANDAG's weighted vote, it's not a democracy, it's a monopoly. And the big cities buy the board, and the rest of us just pass, go, and pay up. And also, let's see what else. And when SANDAG says weighted voting, what they really mean is fewer voices, more control. If this is a regional planning group, where's the region's voice? And yes, I concur to what Paul the Bull mentioned. I appreciated Robin Joy Maxon's what she had to say today. So thank you, Robin, for that. Also, it's just pretty unfortunate that more people aren't paying attention to this, but bit by bit, people are waking up to what in fact is happening. SANDAG is just in fact the middleman between our neighborhoods and the UN agenda. What looks like local planning is really global programming, y'all. Okay. So what else do I have to say about this? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Next is our last comment by Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. Thanks for, there was a LoSAN public meeting yesterday, informational meeting for the public. And it was informational. It was good for me. I hope we can continue the public meeting process for the LoSAN corridor issues, once a month, twice a month to have public meetings. I think it was good. It was interesting for myself. Thank you. I wanted to offer quickly, there may be a global agenda going on. It's what we do at the local level to identify that and really continue then to work on best practices at the local level. That's what I try to work on and develop and want to be a part of. From that said, working on our best practices, I was a little late for the meeting. I was trying to pick up from what was said at public comment time. I'm getting a sense that someone made an important speech from one of the board of directors about the East County issues. For myself, what we're trying to develop at SANDAG at this time in this space is how 3 items is, better accountability and communication between each other. Micromobility, making a future of a smaller micromobility, but smaller transit, individual transit issues, more specialized transit, and the issues of the East Side, or more specifically that the city of San Diego doesn't have such a large representation and dominate the SANDAG process. And we're learning how to reorganize and do all those things better, I think. Good luck in our efforts to really do that and take, the voice and needs of the smaller cities more seriously. And we have a commitment to do that. And good luck that we can be working on that in the coming years. And good luck with my.
That concludes our public comment, Chair.
Thank you. Please note this is information only, so no vote is required. But do we have any member comments on anything on consent? I see none. So we'll now move on to the sole source audit. We'll take both presentations first, which would mean Courtney's presentation and management's response presentation, then public comment, followed by member discussion. I'll now turn this over to Councilmember Fisher, who's the chair of our audit committee, to introduce this item.
Chair, thank you so much. Good morning, board members. Sitting up here is a little bit different view for me. So and being on the audit committee is a little bit different. So I'll get my way through. I just want to first and foremost thank Ruby and Michelle for their hard work as well as their teams. There's a lot of work went into this report. As you can tell, I think in the agenda, it's 59 pages. It's well worth it. Lots of descriptions that went on. Obviously, this audit looks at the past. This looks at the time period from July 1st, 2022 to July 1st of 2024. And I believe that those of you who have been around in the board are very aware that during that time, we had some different leadership. We had some different board members. Those of you who are new were probably aware of what and how this board participated and acted together is a little bit different. And so it really is kind of a look back with a good set of eyes. I believe this is Mrs. Ruby's first big audit report, or at least one of them. So the sole source really looks back at what we were doing and how it was being done. Through the report that was presented through the audit committee, there were some things that popped up. No names of individuals who had any improper things that they had done, no things of criminal nature. And so it's an important thing to remember that. Just again, a lack of process and procedure that were in place. I will say that one of the things I'm most appreciative of is that the manager's response is totally in alignment with what the auditor team had found. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney Ruby for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fisher. I'm Courtney Ruby. I'm the Independent Performance Auditor of SANDAG, and I'm pleased to be before you this morning to present the performance audit of SANDAG's sole source procurement process. The team that worked on this was myself, Lloyd Carter, who's a former Deputy Independent Performance Auditor and retired on May 16th. So we wish him well and are grateful for his service. And I'm joined with Michelle Ludwig today. She is the new acting Deputy and Independent Auditor, as well as a team member on this audit. And then Michael Ryan, who is the Associate Independent Auditor that worked on this audit. I also want to thank CEO Orso for all the support that he and his team provided during this audit, and it would not be possible without all the painstaking work of the Department of Contract and Procurement Services. So thank you very much for supporting us in this endeavor. This audit is a part of the audit committee and board approved fiscal year 24-25 OIPA annual audit plan. It is based on risk is how we develop that plan. SANDAG's sole source procurement process is considered high risk, and that's due to significant findings in OIPA's investigation on SANDAG's State Route 125 toll operations released in March 2024, and then the companion investigation that we released in October 2024. Additionally, there were 2 prior contracting audits that identified many issues related to procurement processes, including sole source procurements. These issues identified included a misapplication of contracting policy and procedure, poor record keeping, inconsistent and insufficient departmental guidance, and staff lacking the knowledge and training to effectively safeguard the agency from the numerous risks inherent in public procurement. The audit scope, as stated, was from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. Our objectives were to assess whether sole source procurements are justified, documented, and in compliance with regulations and internal policies and procedures, to determine whether SANDAG staff are disproportionately awarding sole source contracts, and to identify whether any procurements not explicitly labeled as sole source contracts are, in fact, sole source in nature. We did have scope limitations in relation to our work. Our testing was limited due to both contracting systems. First, I'll talk about the contract data from CMS from the time period July 2022 to December 2023. The system is not configured to capture key data, including dates, procurement types, and award amounts. And then the new ERP system was unable to run key reports by staff, contract, and procurement method. So in summary, the audit found the sole source procurement problems we identified in 2022 persisted and were largely attributed to insufficient oversight throughout the process and contributed to an excessive overutilization of sole source procurements. While the agency intended to address these matters sooner, accountability and leadership issues found in prior audits and investigations prevailed. Management has agreed to implement all 18 audit recommendations directed to them. We mentioned in the report, and as has been mentioned by Chair Fisher, there is new leadership on board at SANDAG. So in June 2024, a new CEO joined SANDAG. In July 2024, the Board of Directors began receiving a semi-annual report on sole source procurements. This was a recommendation from one of the investigations. In October 2024, the CEO himself began reviewing all requests to sole source contracts. And in February of this year, the Department of Contract and Procurement Services issued a revised procurement manual, a sole source fact sheet, and roles and responsibilities in the contract lifecycle. The report is divided into 6 sections. First is introduction and background, and then we have 5 findings. In relation to procurement, SANDAG must follow federal, state, and local regulations and internal procurement policies and procedures to ensure transparency and fairness in the procurement process. While competitive bidding is the required method for acquiring goods and services, sole source procurements are allowed in limited cases, such as when specialized needs make competition impractical or not in the public's best interest. Both FTA and SANDAG prohibit a sole source to be justified due to either a failure to plan or lack of planning, or concerns about the amount of assistance available, such as if federal funding is going to run out, you can't run out and do a sole source to utilize those funds. This is an exhibit from the report. It's about allowable justifications. What I really want you to highlight here is justifications are based on funding sources. So some justifications apply to all funding sources, others apply to only local and FTA funding sources, and then the last apply to local funding sources only. So when we went in to do the audit, we have to access contract documents. So this tells you a timeline of SANDAG's contract document repositories. So before 2020, the contracts library is maintained in a shared drive that anybody in the agency can access, and those are called legacy contracts. Also, there's shared drives in there that include working files for the staff of contracts and procurement. In March of 2020, the CMS system went online. That's the new contracts and management system. At the time, it was new, and it operated from March 2020 to January 2024. In 2022, SANDAG acquired a new system, ERP system, Enterprise Resource Planning. In January 2024, it went live with the contracting functionality. There are issues with contract functionality, and I'll talk more about that in the transmittal letter to you all at the beginning and to the public at the beginning of the report. It talks about that SANDAG will now be returning back to the CMS system because of the issues in ERP. So the CMS system can better manage the contract functionality than the new ERP system. And so that is occurring, starting to transition the plans this summer. Finding 1, improper sole source justifications, unnecessary sole sourcing, and unauthorized policy exception. To determine if sole sourcing was allowable and properly justified, we reviewed 35 of 139 sole source contracts totaling $43.8 million out of $74.3 respectively. We found follow-on work not tied to original competitive awards. So what follow-on work is that SANDAG uses follow-on work when it expects that using the same vendor to continue work or to follow on for an existing project would save the agency time and money. It is one of the justifications that is allowed for the all local funding, and it is what is referred to as economy and efficiency, and you'll see that later in the report. Additionally, we found unnecessary use of sole sourcing, and lastly, an unauthorized policy exception, which was a blanket approval of 50 sole source contracts by email. First, the follow-on work not tied to competitive award. Follow-on work can only tie back to a contract that was initially competitively awarded and part of multi-phase work. So as I stated before, that falls in the economy and efficiency. Justification is where follow-on work is. And when out of the 35 we reviewed, 23 of the contracts cited economy and efficiency as the reason for sole sourcing. Of those, 9 original contracts were missing documentation to demonstrate that the follow-on work was tied to a competitively awarded contract. There's no quality assurance process to ensure documents are saved to a single project file. Additionally, 2 contracts were sole sourced for follow-on work. However, the original work was sole sourced. So you have one example. The documents should tie back to competitive work at the original contract award. Those 9 contracts cannot be located to verify that that was accurate. Then you have 2 others that were sole sourced, but the originating work was sole sourced as well. The next issue is the other side of that coin. If you have competitive work and if it's multi-phase, you don't have to issue a sole source. Then you can use the follow-on work appropriately. However, one of our 35 contracts was sole sourced, even though the work had been previously competitively awarded. Why did this happen? Records were not readily available, which led staff to process the work as a sole source. So staff had to go in and document it to make sure that they had the information. So they were being cautious in this case. But what we want to know is that phase work previously competitively awarded was unnecessarily sole sourced. Again, I just want to mention when we sample something, we're looking at these 35 in our sample, but that means that other issues would be prevalent in the entire population. 11 contracts totaling 5.1 million of the 35 reviewed were approved as part of a transfer of incomplete work from expiring on-call master solicitation via a blanket approval for time-only extension. So the blanket approval is an unauthorized policy exception, and according to FDA, would generally be discouraged. It is unclear why work was not finished before the on-call contract expired. The agency could not sufficiently explain why so much work had to be moved to new contracts. All 50 task orders, we looked at 11, but a larger population, actually 50 task orders, included the same rationale for why the sole source was needed. SANDAG did not follow its procurement manual. A single justification form was used for all 50, and that justification form was in draft form and never finalized on the 11 that we looked at. We also, of the 11 that we looked at, found, I just want to focus on, again, this was a time-only extension. 10 out of the 11 we looked at were later amended to add time, cost, or additional work. This is an exhibit from the report. You'll see the 10 amendments listed here, and the original award value was 5.1 million of these 10. It was increased by 9.8 million for a total award of 14.9 million on work that was supposed to be extended only by time. We have 5 recommendations in this section. First, for the 9 missing contracts, document their absence in the contract file and do not allow future sole source follow-on work for these projects. Recommendation 2, revise the process to document how each contract is awarded. The contract history must be clear, comprehensive, complete, and readily accessible. Recommendation 3, develop a procedure to identify and document the contract award method for past projects to ensure that follow-on work is adequately validated. Recommendation 4, create criteria for evaluating if the sole source economy and efficiency justification is reasonable. Recommendation 5, establish a protocol for policy exceptions for unforeseen circumstances. This policy should be comprehensive. Finding 2 and finding 3, we look at internal controls. And in doing that, we utilize the Green Book. The Green Book outlines the framework for establishing and maintaining effective internal control systems in federal agencies, but state and local governments use this as well. The Green Book has 5 components for a strong internal control system. The control environment, that's the organizational culture, the tone at the top, the foundation for all components. The risk assessment, which goes in and identifies and analyzes risks to achieve objectives. Control activities, the actions taken then to mitigate those risks and achieve the objectives. Information and communication, ensuring relevant information is identified, captured, and communicated. And last, monitoring, ongoing evaluations to make sure controls are in place and working. Finding 2, inefficiencies and risks in the sole source review and approval process. We performed an in-depth review of SANDAG's sole source procurement process during the audit period to assess whether control activities were designed effectively and efficiently. In addition, we surveyed key contract and project management staff to assess the consistency of knowledge around the sole source procurement. We surveyed 10 contract analysts and 10 project management staff. 8 contract analysts responded and 10 project managers responded to our survey. We identified design errors and gaps within the process. Leadership reviews and approvals are insufficient, with unclear responsibilities and no visibility into what is being assessed at each level. Knowledge gaps within groups responsible for using sole source procurements existed. In the report, you'll see that we outline a flow chart of SANDAG's sole source procurement process. You'll see areas outlined in red here. This identifies control gaps and errors. A control gap means there's a gap in the process. There's a missing internal control, such as the next steps aren't defined. A control error means the process is not adequately designed. The control may be in the wrong place, it may be with the wrong person, or aspects of the control are not defined or they're incorrect. Just to point out 2 things on this chart, if you look at number 5, the department director of the department who originates the procurement can approve the sole source procurement before it's reviewed by the department director of contracts and procurement, before OGC, the Office of General Counsel, reviews it, or if it's kicked up for senior legal review. So the approval precedes the review process. That is a control error. If you look down at the bottom corner on the right, contract staff control errors. Here's a few. Unclear when contract staff completes reviews for compliance with laws and policies. Scope and substance of reviews is unclear. And reviews and related decisions are not recorded. So we then go on further in the report to define control errors and gaps noted in the report. We have no process for obtaining funding agency approval, although that is one of the justifications, is that you need to, based on the funding, receive the funding agency's approval. Approval captured before strategic compliance and legal reviews. I just talked about that, where the department director can authorize a sole source before those reviews. Unclear roles and responsibilities for contract analysts and managers. Confusion on scope, substance, and sequence of leadership reviews. And contract and project management staff lack knowledge about the responsibilities in the sole source procurement process. And those details are included in the report from the survey. We have 4 recommendations in this section. First, evaluate if the agency's approval and review process provides an appropriate level of control. Recommendation 2, review and update the policies and procedures. 2, define process for obtaining and documenting a grantor's permission to sole source contracts. Define staff and management responsibilities, including OGC, and when they're engaged in the sole source process. Define the scope and substance and document each level of review performed and required documentation for each review. Define the sequence of reviews and approvals to ensure strategic compliance and legal reviews occur before approval. Evaluate and assign the appropriate level of agency approval based upon dollar amount and project risk, and implement steps or controls where we have identified other gaps. Recommendation 3, once policies and procedures have been updated, provide training to all staff, and then provide periodically refreshers to evaluate the staff's retention. Recommendation 4, annual performance reviews for contract staff and project managers should include expectations to demonstrate their knowledge and execution of their contract responsibilities with adequate professional care to ensure accuracy, completeness, and compliance. Finding 3, patterns of sole source awards raise concerns about preferential treatment, oversight, compliance, and overuse. We found significant internal controls gaps in the sole source process, resulting in a higher number of contract awarded without competitive bidding. The agency does not have the ability to capture key data to assess the use and appropriateness of sole source contracts, and OIPA identified concerns with staff's use of the sole source process and the potential for preferential treatment of certain vendors. In the 18 months that we looked at from the CMS system, 1,389 contracts were processed, 245 were sole sourced. That represents 18% of all contracts processed. This number is significantly higher than expected for a process intended to be used only as an exception. Governance over data tracked in SANDAG's system. Do we have what we need to actually monitor what's going on? CMS does not require update dates to the amendment effective field, so we can't track amendments. According to CMS, SANDAG has awarded 39 different types of contracts. However, those types are not all defined in SANDAG's procurement manual. ERP does not track the contract type or procurement method. So you can't go into ERP and determine if it's a competitive procurement or a sole source. Assigned project managers and analysts aren't tracked in ERP. There were 245 sole source contracts that we could identify in CMS. However, CMS, because they don't require that procurement type, there could have been more. SANDAG does not consistently capture the data needed to perform meaningful analysis of the sole source process. Concerns over preferential treatment among vendors. Of 62 project managers assigned to a sole source, 12 processed 4 or more. 4 project managers repeatedly awarded contracts to ACOM, HNTB, and Kimley Horn, raising concerns about preferential treatment or lack of competition among vendors. Of 19 contracts that we judgmentally selected for assessment, all 19 included economy or efficiency as a justification, as one of their justifications. This suggests a sole source procurement may be a standard practice rather than a limited exception. These incidents highlight the potential for preferential treatment. The audit did not find preferential treatment. SANDAG's poor internal controls make it difficult to determine if such treatment occurred. WIPA then drilled down another level and reviewed a sample of sole source contracts over the 18-month period. Here are 2 examples. We found sole source contract awarded based on a vendor's recommendation without competitive review. ACOM requested its subcontractor, Shen Ryan, assume a future project contract, although Shen Ryan had not previously been awarded an A&E contract on call. SANDAG awarded the contract via sole source. Retroactive and non-competitive agreements. SANDAG awarded Kimley Horn 4 sole source contracts, 2 retroactive and 2 new agreements for subsequent work, even though their contract said no work would be paid for outside of the contract scope for 2 bikeway projects after the expiration of its A&E on-call contract. SANDAG is missing key performance indicators, quality reviews of the sole source process, and reporting to leadership and the board. Again, this goes back to a strong internal control environment. SANDAG has not established a reasonable target or, to begin with, a baseline to understand what would be a reasonable amount of sole sources. They have not developed performance measures to monitor sole source usage, nor defined the data and information required to track progress towards these established goals. They haven't implemented a quality assurance function to periodically assess the accuracy and completeness of the sole source process and identify and recommend opportunities for improvement. And they have not instituted regular reporting on sole source procurement performance to executive leadership and the board. These are significant gaps that exist in key controls necessary for effective monitoring and continuous improvement to mitigate the risk of vendor favoritism and a lack of competition. Recommendation 1 is to all those key controls I just talked about is to put those in place and more if necessary. Recommendation 2, identify data needed to track sole source volume and dollar amounts in SANDAG systems. Recommendation 3, update the procurement manual to include and define all possible contract types that are awarded. Recommendation 4, reconcile the contract types in CMS with those defined in the procurement manual and configure CMS to allow only those contract types. Recommendation 5, this is to the board and the audit committee to approve the following for inclusion in OIPA's fiscal year 25-26 audit plan to assess planned capital project outcomes for fiscal year 25-26 and in December 2025 to initiate a 6-month review of sole source justifications to evaluate if progress has been made. Finding 4, amendments not properly sole sourced, undefined contract limits, and misaligned policies with best practices. The agencies use amendments, not just SANDAG, but government agencies use amendments to adjust a contractor's timing, funding source, scope, or cost. Substantial changes, which are known as cardinal changes to a contract scope or cost, must be awarded via sole source. So if they have an initial contract and the scope extends substantially or the cost increases substantially, that is considered a sole source because you now have extended it without a competitive process, and then the sole source procurement method is in place and must be documented accordingly. We found that contract amendments exceeded the monetary threshold requiring a sole source justification, but were not treated as sole source. Parent contracts did not include the maximum contract value as required, and SANDAG's threshold for approving contract increases without a competitive process does not consider the impact of significant increases in terms of cost, materiality, and is not aligned with other governmental best practices. So first, we selected 20 out of 204 contract amendments. In the system, these were not labeled as sole sources. So we looked at 27.9 out of 29.5 to determine if they should have been sole sourced. 2 amendments totaling 1.7 million exceeded the 25% threshold of original solicitation value. I want you to hold on to that term for a minute. I'm going to come back to that, original solicitation value. But they were not processed as sole source procurements. Next, SANDAG stated it was the responsibility of contract analysts to verify whether an amendment exceeded the 25% threshold. And a review found that contract analysts do not document their review, including findings and conclusions. So for the parent contract for 4 amendments, they were missing clearly defined maximum amounts. FTA states if services were solicited, competed, and awarded using an IDIQ, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract, the solicitation and contract award are expected to contain both a minimum and a maximum quantity. Instead, SANDAG's contracts had the total agreement value shall not exceed the aggregate value of executed task orders and amendments issued under this contract in place of a monetary value. Therefore, you can't, it's a moving target on that. You can't determine one vendor could get the entire amount. How do you take that back to your calculations? Next, SANDAG's monetary threshold for requiring amendments to be sole sourced is based on the amendment's percentage change to the original solicitation value. This represents 2 issues. First, percentages, when you do that, it overlooks materiality. So if we have 25% of 100,000, it's 25,000. But if you have 10% of a $5 million contract, it's 500,000. If SANDAG is reviewing amendments only with the dollar value changes based on percentages, it will miss the potentially significant impacts. Now, the next point, the percentage is calculated from a solicitation value, not the individual contract value. FTA best practices, which this was modeled after, uses the contract value, not the solicitation value, to calculate the value that they would consider a cardinal change. So just to put a finer point on that, if you have a master on-call contract worth 500 million and 25% of that master on-call contract would be 125 million. That means one contract in that that is subject to the entire on-call would have to exceed 125 million in order to be considered a sole source. However, if you have an individual contract at 50 million times 25%, that's 12.5 million would be considered a cardinal change. It's a significant difference. That is a recommendation that SANDAG bring their policy in alignment with the contract value, not the solicitation value. This was an internal policy set by SANDAG. Recommendation 1, update policy to require contract staff evaluate and document the need to sole source contract amendments. Recommendation 2, develop a process to periodically review non-sole source contract amendments, just like we did, to determine compliance with sole source thresholds. Recommendation 3, evaluate and revise the policy to strengthen requirements for when amendments should be awarded by sole source, considering materiality and the original contract value. Recommendation 4, update the procurement policy to require that contracts include the maximum dollar value as required. Finding 5, this is the last finding, no board consent required for high dollar sole source contracts. SANDAG's sole source procurement policies do not include clear sole source specific requirements for the board's consent. The board set a $5 million threshold for professional services and construction solicitations, but not specifically to sole source procurements. This lack of oversight increases the risk of unchecked spending, perceived or actual favoritism, and noncompliance with procurement best practices. The lack of clear board oversight for the sole source procurement process limits accountability for high-value, non-competitive contracts and reduces transparency. We have one recommendation, that is for management to work with the board to develop a specific dollar threshold for requesting board consent prior to awarding contracts by sole source. I will now turn it over to Don Fatisse, the CFO of SANDAG.
Actually, Mario, I think is going to kick this off for just a minute.
Well, I'll close down, but I think highlighting a little bit what the audit chair mentioned, we didn't find like a fraud or anything. That was the first question I asked to Courtney when she was presenting the draft of this. The findings, were there a surprise and my eyes went wide open? No, we were already working, and like Courtney said, there have been other audits that have been indicating this. But I really appreciated working with her and her team on this, because it helps try to figure out the root cause of it. And when Courtney mentions that the management agreed to all the recommendations, it was a back and forth, because Courtney explained to me some things, but then I explained to her some processes. And I go, Courtney, how can we get to keep doing business with the right guardrails in place? So I really appreciate that discussion, that work that we had, and OIPA's work. It really helps us kind of get an X-ray of the agency and figure out the roadmap of improvements. Don will be giving some response, and then I'll be closing with what I think should be a bigger picture analysis, right? There is the immediate things we need to do, and then we need to look at the mid, but the long term and the root causes. And so Don, take it away.
All right, thanks, Mario. So, so for those of you who were here last week when we had the annual comprehensive financial report and audit, I think there was really good discussion about the timeline and the next steps that we're taking just to try to get ahead of the next audit. And I think there's a similar situation here, and Courtney's, already covered some of the things that we've been doing leading up to this audit presentation. But I want to add a little context here. So in the last 5 years or so, we've had about 13 audits or investigations, and 4 of those have tied, really directly to our procurement processes. And following along the top line here, just to kind of revisit what Courtney discussed about the different contracts audits. Back in October 2022, we had that contracts and procurement audit part 1, followed by part 2 in 2023. Then in July 2024, we looked at the contract invoicing and payment process, and here we are today with the sole source procurement process audit. And through each of these audits, we've committed to corrective action plans. In response to those 13 audits and investigations, we've had 7 action plans
that result in over 130 distinct activities for us to carry out. And as you imagine, that's a pretty huge undertaking. And we're wanting to really make sure we do it in a way that makes sense, but allows us to continue to deliver all the work that this board has approved in our work programs. So again, while it was a bit outside of the recommendations, it was resulting from a lot of the other things we started looking at. Following along the bottom, we had the semi-annual sole source report to the board that we began bringing in July 2024. By October last year, Mario took over review of all the sole sources just to be sure that he had eyes and his leadership team had eyes on anything that was proposing to be sole sourced. And then in February, as Courtney mentioned, we had the updated procurement manual and sole source procedures that were released. I just want to say that, we are tracking every sole source procurement now and really ensuring they're only being used with when they're absolutely necessary. And we've really tightened up the procedures quite a bit. Looking at the key corrective actions related to the sole source procedures, we're really going to focus on some prioritizing our focus on updating things like the history of procurement form, the sole source procedures, and making additional updates to the contract manual in an effort to include the points that were raised in the audit and transition our contracts processing back over to the CMS system. I want to point out that we still will be using the ERP as our system of record. Courtney called out, some challenges in each system, and we are really looking to re-engineer the process to get to the heart of, things that have been raised here. Documenting processes, documenting decisions, making sure we don't have gaps in those areas. And while, this isn't a huge lift moving, back to the CMS, there are some really key details that we have to make sure we get right to meet not only all those prior audits, but the recommendations in this audit as well. So combined with all of these audits and the recommendations, we're really working to make sure we have implemented this actually could potentially impact some of the solicitations we're able to release moving forward and slow things down a little bit through September, because we really know this is critical that we start focusing very closely on these efforts. So another big effort that we are going to undertake is a review of best practices and updating delegated authority and policies. So we are already looking at what our peer agencies are doing. We've reached out to the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, to talk to them and to really review their policies and discuss how we can apply some of their best practices to SANDAG. But I would like to also mention that SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, is a metropolitan planning organization. So they don't deliver capital projects. And so we're also going to need to look elsewhere to find agencies more similar to ours and look at their best practices as well. So we have some apples to apples comparisons. And it's going to require coordination between several departments across the agency. And we'll take some time to really walk through this and understand the impacts to the agency operations. Looking at our timeline, we're looking to target September 2025 to have those updates to the history of procurement form, a refresh of the procurement manual to continue incorporating the recommendations that Courtney's office has made, really refreshing the sole source procedures to tighten them up even more and transition back to our contract management system. And then looking forward to December 2025, having completed the updates to all the delegated authorities and policies, Some of these policies have already begun coming to the board. Just as a refresh, Mario had asked and the board had asked, right, to really take a look at the policies and prioritize what needed to come forward. So the board has already looked at some of the policies. Looking forward to March 2026, have those key controls and the monitoring systems established, and have an annual procurement training plan developed by the spring and launched. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Mario.
Thank you, Don. You know, we need to move into one, dealing with the issues, and then taking a systematic approach and a holistic approach. And I was giving the team, and I think at the audit committee, I gave this example. I go, okay, somebody may have a heart attack. The immediate thing that you do is you bring first responders, you give them, you know, you treat the situation, they get taken to the hospital, doctor check, arteries clog, they do a stent. But once that nightmare has happened, that patient goes to the doctor, the cardiologist, the internal doctor, and the discussion is, what created the heart attack? Do you have high blood pressure? Do you have high cholesterol? Are you very stressed out? Do you need to do exercise? You need to change your lifestyle. And that's an analogy of what's happening with us. And sometimes the heart attack is impactful, right? That is the thing that you're most going to remember. But then the hard part is that long journey of losing weight, learning how to not have certain foods, quitting smoking, whatever life changes have to happen. So when I was looking at what would within the root causes, I was trying to identify historically what has put us in this place. And the way I assessed it, and like Don mentioned, we're a consolidated agency. We in 2006, 2008, SANDAG became that consolidated agency that took the delivery elements from NTS and North County. So when we present SANDAG, we say we plan, we deliver, we provide programs, and we preserve the environment. We have some projects like the lagoons and others. Well, we used to just plan. That we can get best practices like from SCAC or others on planning. But on the delivery, that made this agency grow substantially from 40 employees to 400 employees. And then we acquired the toll road and this and that and more, right? But when that happened, that immediate growth happened, there was management that probably was well versed in delivery and strong management under the CEO that acted as the guardrails for the agency. As time evolved, people retired, people left, whatever. New management came in with a lot of planning goals and ideas, and that was great also. But the guardrails for specifically capital, which is probably one of the biggest issues that Courtney probably found, I'm pretty sure that that's the biggest numbers. We never developed during that transition time the manuals, the strong policies that act as the controls for management and for staff. It worked for the first years of the consolidation because you had a very strong management team that knew how to deliver projects and were coming from agencies that had very strong controls, but those controls weren't memorialized. And that was the issue. So now we have to go and do that as we're tweaking some of those memorialized documents, but we have lacking a lot of them. And then technology kept moving on us and new systems came about. And we have already had the discussion that you can't not just go and say, I'm going to buy an off-the-shelf system and apply it to an agency as complex as this or as one of your cities. You just can't do it. And we have done that. So now we're figuring out our multiple systems. That applies also to the back office system. That's why we're having the delays. So we need to look at, yes, implement the items Courtney's telling us, but Courtney's poking me and you and all of us in the eyes and saying, you need to think of the bigger picture. And what are we doing with that big picture? You know, that systematic approach. We are taking those individual actions that Don mentioned, but also we're also looking into, I mentioned a lot, the program project management branch. Basically, we are reorganizing the agency to create controls within it and within the capital projects. Why? Because we need to have under contracts, not with contracts, but under program project management, where we're keeping track of the scope, schedule, and budget of the projects, that those changes don't occur on the contracts. We need to bring in our risk manager, our internal controls director. I'm happy to say that we had the interviews, and as soon as HR can do their magic, I'm hoping we can bring that person on board, or whoever the selected person was. We are working on the corrective action plans, the policies. So we are looking into mapping also all our processes. At the end, the employees are keeping this company, this agency moving. And at the same time, we're changing a tire and we're changing the oil. So those three things are happening. So it's going to take time. No person is going to, or no single individual is going to be able to move and change a decade and a half or 2 decades of needs within a very limited time period. But we need to create those accountabilities. That's why I have a weekly meeting reviewing sole sources. It's probably the most unpopular meeting in the agency because it is not a pretty meeting. But at the same time, we need to keep the agency moving, you know, but there are some very tough conversations that we have there. And I would say that the numbers of sole source requests have substantially gone down just because probably they don't want to have a nasty meeting with me. You know, the very first one I had, somebody came out with a renewal of a contract that had been renewed for multiple years. I didn't even read the reasoning. I turned to the contracts manager. I said, you must be joking, trying to present this in front of me. Figure it out because we're going to re-advertise it. We need to be looking into all that, but I clearly, you know, the responses are there. The action recommendations are there. We have agreed. We are bringing in some policies to create more controls. All management needs to have controls. Regardless if it's me or somebody else is the CEO, we have to have those guardrails so things don't go outside that lane. This is a board-driven agency, not a management-driven agency. And those accountabilities are needed to make sure that that happens. That concludes our response.
Thank you, Courtney, and thank you, Mario. Thank you to our chair of audit. Appreciate that. And let's take public comments now, and then we'll move on to member discussion.
We have 3 in public and 3 online. The first is Truth, followed by Cesar Javier.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Courtney. Mario, and your analogies. Policies lacked process and transparency because people like Hassan, Sean, and Nora didn't want it. They created a culture of fear, intimidation, and retaliation. SANDAG's most recent corruption persisted for 2 full years, but most of these same board members here, only 2 people spoke up, Bill and Rebecca. The former auditor, Mary, had her access to records blocked by Hassan. 50 sole source monopoly contracts proved unnecessarily. Contracts exceeding the monetary threshold. Kinley Orr had 4 sole source contracts they weren't supposed to. Staff fudged a $2 million contract as sole source to keep the same vendor. 5 project managers claimed no awareness of law and policy. SANDAG didn't hold vendors accountable for completing work. Forms weren't signed. SANDAG only saved draft versions of forms. At least 18% of contracts were sole source. 11 contracts worth over $5 million got blanket approval by email in 2022, etc. Well, in 2022, Catherine Blakespear stood in Matt Hall's way when he called for accountability when contracts had doubled. Meanwhile, Hassan was collecting $600,000 a year and racking up tens of thousands in fake business meals. So let's be real, this was never ineptitude. This was intentional negligence and favoritism. That's why contracts were missing monetary value. This was about benefiting the unions, the funders of several people's Democratic campaigns. It wouldn't be difficult to find out which unions worked on which contracts. And we know these companies, such as HNTB and ACOM, used our tax dollars to fund their Measure G campaign to steal even more of our tax dollars. Are these companies going to stop getting SANDAG contracts now? The Rush contract with Deloitte and A2B was a great example of what not to do, and most of you here went ahead and did that despite public resistance. A year later, and there's still no working back office system after blowing more tax dollars. 134 contracts were not sampled by OIPA. I demand a full investigation, and training should not take a year. And I said this before at audit, much like the Tijuana River, the SANDAG swamp needs to be diverted and purified. And how much is going to be spent on another position to clean up the mess? Thank you.
Next is Cesar Javier, followed by allegedly Audra.
Cesar Javier, senior, but still young at heart, an avid learner. And I must tell you the truth that I must say to SANDAG, thank you. You are inspiring us to live longer and help my core city, particularly our District 9, because this is all about selection of people or sellers of goods and services. This is where the dealers get chunks and chunks of this pocket money. 3.5 years, Councilor Licaba, Mayor Gloria, where are you? Councilor Lee and the rest of the 11 disciples. My God, this is all about corruption. If we do not guard, if we do not supervise, Sir Mario, as you have declared, we will go down the brink as what is now leading. Let us feel and sense what is supposed to be the crisis, but no one seems to be in attendance. Let's look back in our own respective political jurisdiction, particularly District 8, Imperial Beach, and this hot spot as far as pollution is concerned. This is all about selection, which is best. Is there an empirical formula for this, which is maintaining the same bidder or selecting multiple quality bidders? Why not? Or is there something else? To me, if we could trust and there was a proven experience of quality,
you, Cesar. Your time has
efficiency.
expired. Next is allegedly Audra, followed by Paul online.
All right, this looks good on the surface. I mean, it's good to show some transparency, but I still feel like we need accountability for things that take place because a lot of times you're just kind of like talking about it, but really holding the people accountable that have been engaging in this type of fraud, waste, and abuse because, you know, this happens a lot of times with a blanket approval with different meetings that are held in the cities or the county where, you know, you're just kind of, it's like a conveyor belt and we just pass all of these things and we're not really looking into into whether or not this should be a sole source. I mean, I don't think that that ever really should be taking place, because is there research being done to make sure that, you know, you're going and seeing other entities that are using similar type of vendors for whatever is needed, or because this is a way to fill the pockets and pad pockets of friends. Like, have your friend come in, we'll go ahead and give them a single source procurement of this, and, you know, go ahead and just say that it's necessary. I mean, because if you have such overly restrictive specifications, you could put it into a box of saying, we have to use this vendor. And that becomes dangerous when you're spending the people's money. And, you know, so you just, I think that there needs to be a negotiation of prices. It tends to be that the government spends like the people's money, like it's, I mean, it's like it's monopoly money. You guys play with monopoly money, but, you know, you just act like, well, it's the government, so they can charge us more, instead of really going and looking and making sure that whoever you are selecting is actually going to be the best for the job. And if there's no competition, then they can obviously say that the price needs to be higher. So, you know, if you guys really want to, you know, show the people that you want to be transparent, there needs to be accountability. And I'd like to know more about those 50 blanketed approval items. I just feel like maybe there could be more information on that.
Thank you. Next is Paul online, followed by Consuelo.
Hi, Paula unaudited. It's another audit. Boy, these are coming fast and thick. SANDAG, take note. Thank you, auditors. Not much seems to have changed since Measure G. You still have a trust problem, and it does not seem to be going away. Well, the indoor letter says SANDAG appears to be turning a page with the CEO committed to accountability, transparency, and operational integrity. It also notes that the commitment to examine practices surrounding sole source contracts was not met. The issues identified in 2022 remain. Blanket approval of 50 sole source contracts is disgusting. Whoever did this should be fired. That pervasive design errors and gaps within the sole source procurement process, leadership reviews and approvals are insufficient, and the agency does not have the ability to capture key data to assess the use and appropriateness of sole source contracts, point to some very, very serious management problems over at least 3 years. Maybe performance assessments should be done along with the audit. And some of these don't even have a proper dollar amount, meaning that the taxpayers should all get a refund. It's all about trust, man, and you don't have it. And now I'm glad that management agrees with all of these recommendations, but many of these could and should be done sooner, and in fact may be part of your recent rules of procedure revisions. I didn't check. Things like determining a threshold amount
Thank you,
for
Paul.
border.
Your time has expired. Next is Consuelo, followed by our last comment by Blair Beekman.
Okay, Consuelo here. SANDAG says they've turned the page, but when it comes to sole source contracts, they're still reading from the same old script. Promises of transparency sound great, but the same red flags from previous years are still waving. New CEO, same old tricks. SANDAG claims a fresh start, but their sole source contracting remains as opaque as ever. Transparency isn't a press release, it's a process. And this one's still broken. You can't claim reform while ignoring the corruption, cracks, gaps, and dysfunction. SANDAG's sole source saga proves accountability is still optional. Transparency theater, all lights, no access. New CEO, same foggy mirror, new branding, same blackout. SANDAG talks transparency, but the process remains as opaque as ever. But it's not too late to rewrite a new script. True reform means real oversight, open books, and public trust, not just better PR. The people of this region deserve more than slogans. We deserve systems that serve us, not sidestep us. Let's demand transparency that goes beyond headlines and accountability that finally shows up. Thank you.
Next is Blair Beekman, our last public comment.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for this item. Important item. I'm hopeful, what I said in my previous public comment, that I think there has been some early signals to me that we can make changes in how we address, the large San Diego contingency compared to the representation from other cities to talk about future SANDAG issues. And so I'm hopeful in that. Good luck there. And it's an effort that we seem to just have a polite agreement on that we can work on together and come up with new patterns and practices. So I'm really hopeful in that. Good luck. Thank you. As mentioned today, we have to continue the work. But the thing about the future about micromobility, I mean, that's been a real reorganization effort that we had good intentions, there was a good purpose, and it got a little out of control. With this item that you're talking about here today, I'm wondering how it will be affecting the future of micromobility procurement issues and needs. So I think it's really connected how these items can be related. And the work you do on this item will deeply affect the future of micromobility decision-making and projects. So good luck in the efforts, what you're doing on this item. I don't know the full depth of how to understand it better, but it sounds like you have to really clean things up, and you're trying your best to do that. When you do, it'll be serving a whole bunch of other, projects and services for the future of SANDAG, like I've described. That good luck in your efforts, what this item can be doing. And always remember, tech accountability is there if you need advice and help, to figure out best practices for yourselves with the future of accountability concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to member discussion now. We'll start with our second vice chair, Minto.
Thank you. You guys done an awful lot of work. Even between each time we get an update, seems like you've done even more work, or maybe even some of it's actually, caught up, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, but it seems like a lot of work. So it's interesting as you're talking about this, because my questions are, how far back does all this go? I mean, does it go obviously past, Mario being here? Does it go beyond when Hassan was here? Does it go back to when Gary Gallegos was here? And, you mentioned, Mario, about the difference in 40 employees versus 400 employees. And did we just kind of go along with the culture of, well, we've always done it that way? That's why we didn't put in any of these kinds of safeguards. We didn't work with contract management, systems better or sooner, or things of that nature. And then questions that were for a long time have been asked about sole sourcing. And those questions have been like, for instance, is this legal? Why didn't we go out to sole source? And the answer we always seem to get is, of course, this is legal. We don't have to go to sole source on this one. And we always got some kind of explanation why we didn't have to. And quite frankly, when you're sitting around the board table, you tend to, trust the people that are giving you that information. It's supposed to be somebody that's on a project. It's going to be the director. And maybe what I see as a shift is that the people sitting around the table now don't always accept the answer for, well, of course it's legal. That's the way we do it. And so now that's why we have auditors, for instance, and that we're getting deeper and deeper into it, and we're asking better and better questions, becoming better informed. And are we where we need to be yet? I don't think so. some of the questions I think have been answered, but things that come to mind is, for instance, is there any evidence or direct testimony, for instance, that tells us that there was criminal activity actually involved? Was it borderline criminal activity? Was it just people who were lazy, incompetent, poor training, no training, lack of understanding? And what one speaker mentioned, I had a comment was it jobs were given to friends of people that we know? Because then, in my opinion, that's actually more criminal than anything. I don't know if there's an actual statute that you can apply to it. That would be the attorney's job to figure that one out. But those are things that we should look at. And, you know, what are we going to do about any poor management in the future? I think that should be one of the recommendations. What is a consequence for poor management, lazy management, or things of that nature? Because otherwise we will fall into the same trap again. And I can understand why it is taking us so long to really get to some of these, you know, bottom line on these issues. I like to see it come a lot faster though, because I don't want us to continue to make these mistakes or you know, whatever, until we actually get a better policy. We have to implement something now because we know what the issue is. For instance, somebody comes in with a sole source. I don't want to say, okay, well, we'll look at that when we get the policy in place. I want it to be looked at right now. That would be my expectation. Thank you.
So Courtney, do you want to answer some of those questions? And then if Mario would like to, or Dawn?
Certainly, I'm happy to. In relation to criminal, no, we don't have evidence, you know, and this is a really a matter of non-compliance is what we're talking about. So we didn't find any evidence of preferential treatment. We found insufficient oversight. So given that, we don't have documents or information that anything like that occurred intentionally. But when we do look at this, if someone is preferring one vendor over another, that's an issue of non-compliance. It's not an issue of criminality.
I'm going to expand insufficient oversight. That means those controls. That's why we're reorganizing. We're creating several units that are going to act as checkpoints that are individual from that project delivery, but know the subject, because it's very easy to come and tell a contract analyst, I need the engineer of record to continue because it's so important, it has to happen. Well, if you tell that to an expert in capital projects, they're going to say, wait a minute, let's have a discussion about that and explain to me the whys. Just as an example, I think we do have several manuals that are pending. We may have to redo a lot of stuff that exists, but also the way that we program and budget projects doesn't make sometimes sense. And that allows for some misinterpretation of how am I going to pull this consultant to the designer. Let's talk about the designer. You have somebody who designs the project, you take it to construction. If the contractor has some questions, that designer should be available to answer the questions. But the mechanisms didn't exist. So in order to bring that designer, they were rehiring him, and that coded as a sole source. So how do we had a discussion with OIPA, hey, understanding that that is something that has to happen. How do we make our processes that make it very clearly competitive in awarding somebody through the life of the project, their support? In some period, it's going to be very intense work, and other is responding to questions or changing for change orders. Those are just examples. We're going to have to dive into a boatload of them. Others are administrative, the P cards, all the different processes that we have, not just delivering projects, how we get a vendor for the planning, how we get the vendors for collection of the cash on the toll roads. That was the sole source. Why? Because there's only one company who is willing to provide us that service to go and pick up the cash, because nobody's dealing with cash anymore. So that opens even another Pandora's box. Do we really want to keep charging, collecting cash in our toll roads? But that's a different conversation for a different day. But those are all the processes that we're going to need to dive into.
Don, did you want to add?
Yeah, you know, I hear what you're saying about, you know, timing and manuals and training and waiting. I just want to assure the board that we are not waiting to have a lot of these discussions with all the staff at agency-wide briefings. We are working to be very transparent and very clear on expectations. I don't know that there's anybody in this agency who hasn't talked or heard me talk about, you know, the first essential questions. Is it reasonable and is it necessary? And what is that impact if we don't do something this way? We really are wanting everybody to really start thinking about, you know, getting to the heart of these questions, right? Why are we doing the things that we're doing? Why are we doing them the way we're doing them? And, you know, if we shouldn't be, we need to not. Right? So the conversations are already being had. It does take a little more time to really develop the full documentation, but that doesn't mean that the messaging and the conversations aren't happening.
Thank you. Mayor Wells.
Thanks very much. There had been some concerns that companies like HNTB had been awarded an inordinate amount of contracts and were simultaneously allocating significant resources of their own to design and pass Measure G to increase the sales tax revenue for SANDAG and subsequently their own bottom line. Did you look into any of this? And if you did, do you agree that this practice is troubling? And if so, what do you propose to mitigate the problem?
Mayor Wells, we have the next audit up is HNTB. So that is going to be coming to you. We anticipate it'll be coming to you July or August.
Okay, so let's just leave HNTB out of the equation and say, if we have vendors that are going to be receiving tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in projects, and then they take those resources and team up with other community groups to pass a sales tax measure, which, by the way, is a much lower threshold because it's a community group and not a government agency. It seems to me that it's probably legal because of First Amendment rights, but it seems like to me like we should be able to have a best practices agreement with all of our vendors that they wouldn't do something like this. What do you think about that?
I would say, Mayor Wells, at the policy level of what you all desire in relation to that, you know, of understanding what your expectations are on your vendors. From a oversight perspective, from my seat, right, is that we want to know that every dollar spent is for the purpose of what SANDAG is doing and that it can be traced back to that. When we did the invoice and payments audit, was to make sure, are we getting those services, making sure those controls are placed. This one is the oversight there. You all, as we said in the strong internal control environment, have to have the information, and it has that these vendors are performing. The question you're asking, right, is should they even be engaged in that issue? Is that a conflict of interest? And I will leave that all to you.
Right. Well, then having said that, Mario, I would like to have the board look at this idea of conflict of interest with our vendors and have our attorneys weigh in about what's legal and what's not. And you know, maybe the rest of the board doesn't agree with me, but it seems to me like it's a bad practice.
Thank you. Councilmember Downey.
I just have a question. As I understood, first off, let me thank the chair and all of the auditors. This was a very comprehensive report and it was easy to understand. So thank you very much. I did have one question. As we're going through updating our policies and doing everything, there should have been an easy way for staff to be able to just put in our records, not a Public Records Act, in our own records, any company that they're planning on trying to issue a sole source, whether it's a follow-on from a previous one or another, and everything should show up. So if I'm just checking, I'll use AECOM because you did, but if they just put in AECOM, a staff person in the procurement should be able to get a list automatically. That should be their first indicator. Maybe I need to stop and look at this. But I understand we're changing systems, all of that, but at some point, will that be possible?
That is one of the recommendations that management has agreed to.
Thank you.
And I think we're reporting sole sources right now. We have started reporting them. Okay, should it be more expanded and in more detail, like OIPA recommends, for sure.
I'm not talking about just sole sources, because one of the things that happen, as we all know in contracting, you could have a contract that wasn't sole source by a company, but then when you need similar services down the line, you're thinking, oh, these folks know how to do it. I've used them before on this one, and it can turn into the sole source just because of the way things happen. So it just is a safety mechanism just to make sure anybody who's going to do a contract of any kind should be able to see what's the track record, how many contracts do they currently have, and all of that, just as an easy check. Because I will tell you, in Coronado, I am the longest serving person in any capacity at the moment. Our city manager has only been there a couple of years. All the other board members are a couple of years, and most of our staff. So I'm the check sometimes to say, wait a minute, didn't we do something 12 years ago with these people? But if we could easily access, anybody here could do that, I think we could help ourselves avoid some of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gasterlin.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank Courtney Ruby and your team. You spent a little over an hour with myself, with Mayor Ehlers, and with Mike from San Marcos, along with Mayor Jones. And many of my questions on the learning curve on this were answered at that time. So the questions I have today are stemming from that, where I'm realizing I still have some gaps, and based on what our executive director said to us. So I have a series of questions, and I'll try to keep them short, to the point. So the first question is, there were 245 sole source contracts out of what I think was 1389 that you evaluated. What was the value, the monetary value of those 245 contracts?
We will pull that up if you want to keep going with the next question.
Okay, I want to make sure we understand that, because within that, there was a number of 74 million in value that you had inspected, about half of that. But I just want to be clear on that. So that's a clarification. Number two, what proportion of the 18% sole source contracts, which were effectively 1 in 5 during this period, were due to these, what we might call change orders that came up because of design discrepancies that were found by the construction contractor, needed to go back and talk to the design contractor? You know, was it half? Was it most? Was it some?
So what percentage were change orders? We have, out of the 245, we have amendments. There are, your question is more specific, but I can tell you out of the 245, 121 were amendments.
Okay. Okay. So that starts to help us understand the nature of how sole source was being used. So my third question is, was it incomplete design for features that were left to the construction contract to finalize, or were they design features that were insufficient during the design phase, or were they changes that had to happen?
All the above. Sometimes the project managers consider design finish when there's 100% of the plans. But that is not really design finish, because then you need to write the specs and you need to advertise the job. Then the contractor, the bidders put in questions, the designer has to answer. That, what I just explained, tail end, In some cases, wasn't considered within the contract, in others it was. Then it's almost a must. You always have to have your designer available if the contractor has a question. So that wasn't considered because it's that contract was under the design dollars bucket. And now you had initiated the construction dollars bucket. So now the contracts that we're doing needs to reflect that it's through the whole history, and it may tap into the different buckets, but it is competitively bid for all those phases. So pretty much a lot of those missing gaps were in all the cases. That's why the engineer of record subject is one of the biggest issues with the sole sourcing that we have now corrected. We have several projects still on the tail end. I can tell you the last one came to me. I said, no, enough is enough. And that project is going to be delayed, but it is what it is. You know, we have to draw the line, and that's it.
Thank you. That really makes it much more clear. That goes to one of my three remaining questions, which is for future follow-on work to past projects, where are we on that? And it sounds like we're near the end.
There was a transition because I had to keep the machine moving, the agency moving, but one of the biggest projects that's going to go out to construction, I refused to sign the sole source for the engineer of record, and I asked contracts to put in a bid, and it is going to delay it. And it's on me, that delay, but there needs to be a line drawn on the sand.
Yeah. And this is a question that we discussed on Wednesday, and that's, what would be examples of contracts that would be okay under economy and efficiency as the justification? And we talked about some of the factors that must be true are it must be a multi-phase contract. The scope of work of the sole source must have been in the original scope of work of the contract. And I found myself, as I was thinking about that, well, isn't that a contradiction? Why would we be doing a sole source new contract if it's within the original scope of work? Do you have any examples?
So one of the reasons we would compete larger work than we award is kind of getting to what Mario said, and it's we use other people's money. And the rules for the use of other people's money will dictate, you know, when we can actually issue contracts and task orders. So for example, if I had, you know, a design phase that was funded, I went to the funding agencies, they authorized work on that phase. And I knew I would need that designer during construction. Then we would do what we would do was compete the project work, but we would award the design phase work and acknowledging that we would intend to carry that vendor forward for the next phases. When we go to move to construction, we have to get approval again. We have to often get new money that's just allocated. That money cannot be used if I had already issued the task order saying, I'm going to use you for construction, right? So the overall contract has the language in it, has the umbrella. We actually have competed the work, but we are not entering into the task order until the funds are secured. So a lot of the follow-on type scenarios relate to our use of other people's money.
Got it. So thank you for that. So that's not a specific example, but that's kind of a process example. And the last question that I have is based on something you said about history. When SANDAG had 40 employees and was mostly doing planning, who did the delivery?
MTS, North County Transit, and of course Caltrans.
Okay, so the project would be planned within SANDAG, but then handed back for the entity like MTS or NCTD
to design it and
actually
construct it.
Got it.
And maintain it.
Both design and construct. So they would have been the ones with these sole source issues. Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Mayor
Deputy Mayor
Gastelum.
Chavez.
Excuse me,
Oh,
Chair. I just wanted to answer the question. So you had asked on the dollar amount for the 245. So if you look at page 21 in the report, in the bullet point, this is a part of the scope limitation. So I'm just going to read it to you that as a result, because of the scope limitation, CMS doesn't require the amendment effective date field to be updated. As a result, OIPA cannot identify the total count and dollar value of the amendments processed through CMS. So we can't give you that amount.
Okay, well, not, the answer that you can't give the answer is as good an answer as giving the actual dollar amount. So thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. And I first want to thank you for all the hard work that went into this. It's a little frustrating to listen to sometimes when we talk about ignoring procedures, best practice. We should also remember that this audit, Mario just mentioned that this is a conversation for another meeting, but I have to bring it up because this audit was prompted by ongoing failures related to the SR 125 toll road, specifically the flawed procurement process for the back office system. So I have to bring it up in this meeting because just we don't have evidence of preferential treatment. But also it was mentioned in OIPA that we are missing lots of records. So when you say missing lots of records, can you specify before I ask my next question?
Certainly.
From what years, from what areas exactly to what you're referring to?
So for the audit, Deputy Mayor Chavez, we only identified 9 missing files. So what we say is that there's a lack of documentation. So in relation to decision making. So we talk about things not, this is the insufficient oversight. But when we talk about missing documentation, what we cite in the report is that when we went to look at whether something could be sole sourced, we found 9 items that we could not find the originating competitively awarded contract. So I just want to say that is what the audit found in relation to missing documentation.
I appreciate that. You know, and I guess my question following up with this is, you know, given the audit's findings of overusing sole source contracts, bypassing the competitive bidding process in some cases, approving contracts in large batches without proper documentation, would it be fair to say that SANDAG likely has been overpaying for some of the work due to the lack of rigorous evaluation of alternatives? And if so, I'm not asking for an exact amount, a dollar amount, but do you have a ballpark picture? Could we make a comparative of if we were competing with or opening the process to other possible partners, how much we would be overpaying to this day with those contracts that we awarded without proper procedures?
So Deputy Mayor, I am always going to speak to the facts, what I can share with you. I would do a disservice to you to determine an amount. What we do know is that why we lead with competitive bidding is because you get a better economic value for competitive bidding. However, just because something's sole source doesn't mean that it wasn't appropriately priced. There are procedures in contracting and they can speak to the fact of what they have to do to evaluate pricing. I think we still go back to what I will say is that there's insufficient oversight and weak internal controls. So could there have been issues where things were not economically priced? This audit didn't look at that. That's not part of our scope, but it definitely could be the case.
I appreciate.
I want to answer that because I don't want to leave it with a bad taste that, hey, that there's the sole source being given to this company, so they're making tons of money. The example I gave, which is one of the majority of them, the engineer of record. Normally, in very rare situations when it's an emergency job, you just need to mobilize and you assign a job. But what's happening is in a lot of the cases, I won't say all of them, but the majority is there was an extension of the contract. And that's considered, if it's not appropriately set, the framework of the contract is considered sole source extension. But at the beginning, it had been competed and looked at. The team and contracts can correct me or can add more. We have appropriate tabulations of what are the rates that are paid for different professionals. We don't go and just pay an extraordinary rate for a senior engineer. The agency has its tabular forms. Is there room for improvement? Huge. Do we need to be thinking about some studies or plannings? This is where the manuals is so important. Let's say Mario Orso thinks he's the CEO that can do whatever, and he wants to do a project from San Diego to the moon. And I want to hire X company to do the planning. Well, first of all, it's not a logical project. It's not within our area of responsibility. But two, a planning study should have X, Y, and Z, and that's it. You only do those steps. You don't want to jump into doing additional studies that are part of the environmental process or part of the design process. So we need to clearly put in also those fences that other agencies have of saying, if I'm thinking of buying a house, I'm not just going to go, I'm thinking, I'm reading, I'm doing research. I'm not going to go in and deposit the money and sign the loan documents when you haven't even chosen the house. Right? There are specific steps that we need to do within certain boundaries. And when those pockets that Don mentioned, if you get funded for a planning study, you can only do certain things. And then the next phase comes in. I think where we need to have our manuals more stringent, in my personal opinion, is where the flexibility with transnet dollars. We need to create our own accountability like the federal agencies and the state agencies are putting in that color of money. And that's what we're going to be working on. I don't know if you have anything else.
I just want to put a finer point on that because what I was speaking to Deputy Mayor is originating sole source. And what CEO Orso is talking about, if it's follow-on work and that there's already documentation evaluation's been done. When we talk about originating sole source, the Deloitte and A to B contract is a perfect example. 28.5 million, it wasn't properly analyzed, justified, documented. So we don't know, right? Was that the best price? We didn't do the level of analysis that should have been done to bring all that market research and evaluation that was the right price point. So I think that speaks to your concern.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember when we were talking about the 125, that it was a good price, but they weren't confident that they can deliver what we were needing. So I'm just questioning, sometimes we'll get there with a good price, but it's not the right vendor, but why are we rushing into it? And then we're spending millions more trying to correct what wasn't initially right when they even, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were even manifesting that they weren't prepared for this. So at this level. So that's why I ask, and that's why I ask about the cost over the years of bad practice, because I know moving forward that, I want to 1000% talk about retiring the 125 tool because it's a faulty system and it keeps on not being able to be efficient. So I have these conversations. I want to ask about the economic impact always, because I don't think South Bay should be paying for a faulty system over and over again. So I appreciate the work you did, and I have so much respect for the transparency that you're bringing to this board. And I just want to rate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shin.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Wika, all of you guys. You guys are doing exactly what everyone's saying and providing that level of transparency. When did we shift from planning to planning and building?
2006 or 2008? No, 2002. They just, no, I can't see, but it's somewhere in the early 2000s, let's say. I'm
It
sorry.
was
I don't have the-
legislation by Steve Peace that pulled that all together.
So even like some of the projects that we were just talking about last meeting, those were like the inception of some of our build outs that we're going to do to this day. Like, for example, the Otay Mesa project. That project was under the helm of SANDAG and one of the first few to kind of roll to now.
Wow, that's a great question. OME started in 2008 formally. Caltrans has done all the construction and the design on the highways. We will be taking over the port of entry construction. Yes.
I kind of bring it up just because the way we have to perceive time here, it seems so different than most other projects for businesses or whatnot. There's a secular aspect of how we feel. So 20 years ago, even though we went from planning to building, these hiccups are going to occur, that we're going to see some weaknesses in the systems because we're kind of brand new at this, if you think about it, right? It's 20-year-old is it's not that long ago, sadly. Just a couple of questions that I had in regards to this. Do we have an in-house construction management employee or do we contract that out?
We have a construction management team and pretty much a lot of our engineering is done by consultants. When I came in, about 55% of the budget goes to capital construction and about 8% of the staff was directly dedicated to capital, but we do have a lot of supporting staff, right? But that gives you that percentage difference, kind of puts a spotlight of an area of opportunity that we need to focus on. We didn't really need to beef up our capital program. That's why it's been now divided into 3: program project management to do the tracking, the scheduling, the scope, tracking the contracts, and then divided into two teams that are delivering different types of projects. I think it's going to even go a little bit more reorganization there. And we do need to beef it up and bring in more construction experts, more project management experts, more training. There's a lot of room for improvement there.
I see it as a hidden element in what we're going to need in order to be able to audit this appropriately in the future, right? And then a lot of this is also in regards to Board Policy 16, right? So I decided to read that after I read this report. I'm not too far off. Just want to confirm.
Well, there's a lot of board policies that are going to be affected, and even what Mayor Wells was bringing up, there may be a board policy instructing, how the relationship with contractors happens. I don't know, but yes, we do need to look on a lot of the policies, including that one.
Got it. I just saw some things, this little sidebar of it, just like micro and small purchase amounts. I didn't see what that amount meant. I just saw amounts handling, but I didn't understand completely as a whole. Not to be described right now. I just wanted to say I just noticed it when I was reviewing that policy number. I think as a whole with this, that it's been kind of recognized by CFO that our staff needs to be able to speak up when they think that there's policy changes that are needed. I just remember being staff myself and asking those questions, kind of like what Mayor Minto was saying, is like, why are we doing it this way? And we say, this is just how we do it. And sometimes even statements being made like, we can get in trouble if we keep going this way. And yet we mute that experience because sometimes managers don't want to discuss these things with subordinates, but they should be flying this thing all the way up to us. And then I think there needs to be strong descriptions of justifying why we do sole sourcing or not, just to clarify from not just us, not just the public, but also competitors as well. So they know that they're not just, being sidebar about this experience. I think this information allows us to recognize that this took place as a board. Now we all have to own it. So now we can't blame anybody because we're a part of this experience now. So with that being said, I want to make a motion to see the feasibility of adopting all of the OIPA's recommendations. That's all I have.
I'm not sure we need a motion for that. Or is we
Do
just?
we need one? Yeah.
We accepted all the recommendations and Courtney's
already done.
proposing to come and do checks and balances on us and see how it's going. So we're on track. We presented a sketch of what the plan is. That's where we're going. And I think you're going to hold us and hold me accountable for that.
Yeah. Twinkies out of your mouth and get on the treadmill, right, guys?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Mayor Ehlers.
Great. I really appreciate the audit. I appreciate its clarity, its professionalism, and its surgical nature. I think sole source, you went right to the heart of it. I'm going to follow along the path that I think Deputy Mayor Chavez and Mayor Minto was going down. I hear, and I think, and you answered some of my questions. It sounds like the contracts weren't missing, but there was support if you could.
There are 9 missing contracts.
Okay,
and
there
we'll get
are.
you- Yeah, that
Yeah,
were
9 missing contracts. Okay. And
for our
so,
sample.
and so I want to differentiate between not finding fraud and determining conclusively there was no fraud. You did not find fraud, and that's the function of an audit, correct?
The function of an audit is to look at the systemic issues. An investigation would be looking into allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse. This was not an investigation. This is a systemic look at whether the system is working or not working.
Yeah. And I think, as you said earlier, you were looking at the adherence to process and controls, but not looking for fraud per se. And my experience is I've never had a contract department lose contracts. I mean, that is the document you must keep. And to have it not be there indicates to me, fraud hides. People hide their path, right? That when my wife is an auditor, when she discovered fraud, she's told me of cases where things were missing because books disappear, because they want to disappear. And so I am concerned, I am very concerned that there may be a quid pro quo somewhere, that a contract was let to a favored nation because some other service or thing was delivered. And that, I think, it's not, I understand this is not your job. This is not, but I think as a board, it is our job to ask whether or not that needs to be pursued further, either forensically, criminally, whatever it takes. So I would urge our board to take further action and go, contracts don't go missing. They
So,
just don't go
Mayor,
missing.
let me clarify a little bit.
And I need to clarify too, because I misspoke. I'm sorry, Mario. The document of how it was awarded is missing.
Okay.
Okay, so they have the contracts, but we can't establish whether the contract was awarded via competitively, which in that case, it needed to be awarded competitively
Okay.
in order to have follow-on work. So I
And-
So
apologize
it's not
for
quite
that.
as bad. Yeah.
And,
that-
and then the other point that I want to make, and I'm not arguing with nobody here, but the auditors come in and they say, this is where the documents need to be. And that's where they go and look for it. So if they're not there, they're missing. But if we look deeper and we ask our contracts unit, well, it's not in the drawer where it's supposed to be, what happened? Contracts came in and says, they're somewhere else. Well, we got a black eye because it's missing. We accept that. But our contracts units did do a scrub and they found a lot of items. But they aren't where they should be. So that's, I want to make that clear. And I don't know if Don or the contracts units wants to expand on that, but that is important. I'm not saying that OIPA's not right. They're right. But that's where the controls, the filing, the processes need to be better. But our contracts team, I stand behind my contracts team. They are working very diligently, and they're very, very loyal to being within the framework. I can't tell you years ago or whatever, but right now our contracts unit is filing. And when we went and looked on those past documents, we found some of that items, but they are not where they should have been.
Well, were the 9 items never found, or were they found in the wrong place?
The 9 items were never found.
Yeah, that's what concerns me, because somebody did make the determinations at some time, and they maybe, and we don't know, we don't conclusively know whether it was purposeful or non-purposeful. My experience, my friend's experience, are that when things go missing, there's a reason. So,
Mayor, can I interject for make another point? So when we talk about documents, that's why I went over the example in the PowerPoint of saying the repositories for documents. One of your board policies is to ensure that SANDAG is maintaining their documentation clear, organized, and in that manner. And as you see all those bubbles, it's in different places, which makes this process difficult. I do, as you and I have talked about, OIPA's responsibility is fraud, waste, and abuse. We are your investigative arm, and I take this very seriously. I think when we look at the systemic issues here, it is then taking it to the next step in relation through the hotline. If there is known allegations that these vendors are perpetrating fraud or individuals in the organization are, that needs to be reported to me confidentially, and we investigate that. We have other things that we're doing in the coming months in relation to, we are expanding the whistleblower hotline to outreach to vendors, contractors, and subcontractors, because people talk. 43% of fraud is detected through tips. So we're going to hit this hard. The other thing that we'll be presenting to the audit committee, but you heard it first here, is there will be a third-party integrity unit that we are launching in July to specifically look at risk profiles of vendors and contractors within SANDAG. And so that, to bring that added assurance to you all, that if somebody is operating out of integrity, then we will be holding them accountable, and you will be hearing that.
And I appreciate that. And we talked about that, or traded emails about that. So thank you. You took off one of my bullet points. So the fraud unit would be looking forward, right? Is there any intent to look backward at what happened in the missing documents?
That fraud, we find fraud where it is. So it's like, it's not about looking forward necessarily. If you have an allegation that somebody bribed a member.
Okay.
And it was, a year ago, and we have evidence of that. That doesn't stop us.
Okay, very good. That is my concern. So I think you answered my question very nicely there. I really appreciate, Mario, your comments about memorializing the controls and getting the documentation of the organization's commitment. I'm looking forward to next year's audit being a clean one, a clean audit, I hope. And I think that's the real progress. And that, unfortunately, is probably the time frame that it'll take to get the organization into place and have a track record of proper controls and proper audit trail. And so thank you for all your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Sinella.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Courtney, for the second reading of the report. I appreciate it, and great job. Appreciate the transparency. And, as a second alternate to this board, I probably won't be sitting in this chair very often, but as a San Diego County resident, this report certainly is alarming, and I think we probably would all agree. I'm not going to kind of go over what everybody said, but I think there's definitely some opportunity for improvement. As I look around, I know some of you at this table, and I know that you take your jobs very seriously, but we're the policymakers for this agency. And so as we either enhance the current policy or create new policies around sole sourcing, it's going to be all dependent on all of us, and I include myself in this, to make sure that we have the safeguards in place, because as Councilmember Shen mentioned, it's, ignorance is bliss. Well, we're no longer ignorant of the issue. And so we're the tone from the top that Courtney mentioned earlier, we're the top. And so now that we know about this, it's up to us to fix it and make sure that our leadership in the organization is on top of it. And if it's, when we do audits in the coming years, if there's still issues, we're going to have to look at ourselves in the mirror. It's going to be a tough look back, right? That we didn't actually fix it. So hopefully we do. We definitely need a robust policy. I would think, and I work as a defense contractor, so these audits and sole sourcing policies are nothing new to me. And I would think for an agency like SANDAG, sole sourcing should be so rare that there should be a pretty easy board dashboard that's presented to the board either every month or every quarter that actually list every single sole source. So the board has at least the visibility to it. And that might be one best practice as this board does put together some guidelines for forming that policy. That may be something you may want to include. But again, thank you so much for the report. I do recognize that a lot of what we're talking about is long history, and we do have new leadership both at the board level and of course at the executive level. And I'm encouraged to hear some of the things that Mario has already said and just acknowledging responsibility, but also more importantly, acknowledging the need to take this seriously and keep moving forward on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a quick introduction, Joy Lyons. I'm here in an advisory role for the County Water Authority, which I serve as an officer. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you. I'm also the Deputy Mayor of the City of Encinitas. I wanted to put a finer point on a couple things that I didn't quite hear in this light yet. This has been a very illuminating opportunity for me, and I got to say I'm new. So, I don't have the background, but coming in and jumping in, it's very illuminating. I am a design consultant, so I kind of sit on the other side of this professionally. And for over 3 decades, I've contracted with government entities throughout the southwestern United States on government contracts. And so from the perspective of the other side of the equation here as a design consultant, sole source is extremely rare. And to expand on Mike Sanella's point, if my example of contracting over 3 decades is an example of best practices, I would say that we absolutely need to make our sole source extremely rare and a very high bar. It's the exception, absolutely the exception. And I'm really very surprised to hear that we are conducting ourselves in a way that allows so much sole source. So I want to put it in a little bit different context because Mario, you talked about the breadth of the kinds of work we need and how we've been amending our contracts to add new scope and new fee. Keep in mind, this is another way to look at it. And when you do a competitive selection, perhaps you're selecting for the design of something, and you have that competitive selection, and you bring on that consultant, and they've demonstrated to you they can do that body of work. When you start amending their contract to add different bodies of work, maybe it's the post-design services, or maybe it's some planning of something that wasn't originally considered. You have not demonstrated that you have the best consultant to do that work. And so are we serving the public? Are we demonstrating that we're using the public's money wisely by doing that? And I would ask us to evaluate that for ourselves. I think it could be easily looked at that if it's a different body of work, then we can't prove to anybody that we've got the best competitive or even expertise to do that. And so it will serve us so much better to not go sole source, to not go with the amended contracts. And that ties back to how we envision our projects right at the beginning. And so I do want us to think about when we know what the contract's going to be, it's up to us and our project managers and however that sits in the structure of the organization to have that bigger picture of what they will need for services on the project. Instead of contracting for a task and a task, look at where you anticipate the project going and where you have funding to back it up, and pulling from the different pots, if there's funding pots that you need to pull from, to make sure that you're selecting the consultants who can provide the breadth of services, and also that you've characterized that in your scope of work appropriately. And I think that's proactive, and that there's some foresight that is valuable in the original competitive procurement process. Ultimately, I'm happy to hear Courtney talk about some firm action you're going to move forward with. I think we need to measure ourselves against our own commitment here in a very timely manner. I know government moves slowly, but I think we want to put pressure on ourselves to demonstrate that we're moving quickly towards resolution of issues that we have identified as important and are very clearly something we need to act on. So I'd like to encourage us to do that.
Thank you. I will now go to Councilmember Molina.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you for answering all of the questions. I know Chair Fisher and I received this information as well during the audit committee meeting, and even more information was presented today, which I found, was a follow-up to some of the questions that I had presented at that meeting. So thank you for all of that. I do want to, I caught something where, perhaps, folks on staff who are responsible for this work, you have identified, Courtney, that there's a lack of training, overall a lack of control internally, right? I think I even heard the characterization, perhaps there was laziness in the performance of the work. What I would like to remind this group is a past executive explained to us that the culture as of late had been go, 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 and get the work done, no matter the cost, no matter whatever, the risk. Go, go, go. So I do want to appreciate Mario for stating his confidence in his staff. And also Member Fisher, or Chair Fisher at the Audit Committee did mention the fact that the cultural change that we are currently undergoing at SANDAG, primarily beginning with our CEO, Mario Orso, is what was needed in order to change this idea, that employees felt compelled, go, 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 no matter what. So I do want to be careful about some of the characterizations. Of course, if training is lacking, let's get the training done. But also the culture that I feel is changing, I think, is going to be another solution to this. And the example that you cited, Mario, about you're putting a stop to something and it's going to cost time. And yes, time is money, so it's also going to cost money. But that is exactly the flip from go, go, go to wait a minute, let's truly consider what we're doing here and do it correctly. So I do want to remind us that we are undergoing a lot of work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And my question does have to do with the internal controls, the lack of internal controls. Ultimately, that is the gist of this report, is there were lack of controls and now there will be an internal control director. Is that correct, Mario?
That is correct. And we already started with controls, right? And the internal controls director will come in, beef up a lot of the items. I also have to highlight Clint, who's here, program project management, because that acts also as internal controls on delivery of capital projects. So, we are working, we are organizing. It's building it from scratch.
Thank you. First Vice Chair LaCava.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for kind of jumping in lately. I wanted to circle back because one of the big takeaways from the conversation today, well, actually, I'm going to start. Let me thank OPEP for your integrity in your process and the thoroughness and your presentation and the response to the questions of my colleagues on the board. To Jack for your chairing of the audit committee, and Don for your work, and Mario for your leadership in this conversation and your candor. But one of the big takeaways for me is a comment you made early on, Mario, about your weekly meetings with staff about whether a contract should be sole sourced or go out to competitive bid. That's a change in culture. And the fact that those are painful conversations and you continue to pursue them is really kind of the gold standard that I think this board is looking for. So that's the takeaway I'm really going to have from this, from all the good work that we're talking about. And I think to the questions that Courtney, you responded to, the challenge we have as government is it's not only about the reality of the problems, but it's just the perception of problem. And I appreciate your candor that a lot of this was, we couldn't find the evidence about why. Perhaps Mayor Ehlers is onto something, that there was something inappropriate going on, but there's just also, I can't document, I can't tell you that every sole source was done appropriately. And that's the challenge we have, I think, as a governmental body, is that because part of our job is that confidence in the public about how we do things, how we're using their tax dollars to do our work. And what it really means is we often joke about the speed of government, but what this really tells us is that we need to slow down and have those internal controls, which takes more time. RFPs and competitive processes is a much more complicated and time-consuming process than doing sole source. And if there is a culture of go, 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 as our colleagues said, there is going to be that bias. And I know, having been on the design side doing public works as an engineer, and then on the government side, there is that little bit of bias that I think that creeps in of this firm. I know what they can do, and I know how my working relationship with them. You're going to be a little bit biased as opposed to whoever gets us the best bid. And that's a cultural thing that you have to kind of, unfortunately, weed out. I wanted to build on Mayor Wells' comment about this conflict between who gets a lot of contracts and their support of future tax measures. I also kind of want to flip it on the other side, to your point, Mayor Wells, about whether there's a bias internally that says we might be more inclined to support a particular consultant because I know they're supporting a tax measure going forward, because I think there's kind of a two-way conversation. So I appreciate Mayor Wells bringing that issue up. Having not been on the board very long, I'm also curious, and this really wasn't part of this particular audit, but maybe it's a conversation. Inevitably, there always seems to be design changes once an item actually goes into construction. There's a lot of reasons, and there's a lot of good, solid reasons. I wonder if we have internal controls to actually challenge when a contractor raises an issue and the design firm says, well, here, let me design the fix, and it's going to cost you X millions of dollars to pursue that, whether SANDAG has a culture of actually challenging whether it was the design engineer's fault and they should be held accountable for it, or whether it's like, we just got to get that corrective design because the contractor is sitting around waiting for that kind of thing. So
we did not have that culture, and that's why we're beefing the engineering department to push back.
Okay. One of the last things I'll talk about is, I know also one of the challenges that I know we're facing at the city of San Diego, assume every jurisdiction is facing, is the consolidation in the marketplace. And whether it is design engineers, especially when we're doing projects at the scale that SANDAG operates, and how much competitive process really generates in terms of who responds to our RFPs, or even in the contracting side. And I think that's a challenge that Councilmember Chavez, your Deputy Mayor, thank you, is about whether we're getting the best price, because there's just not a competitive market out there. And the contractors that are the engineers know that there's not a competitive process. So that's something I think about. I don't need a response on that. But this is healthy. This is something that we don't want to do internally. That's why we have an independent auditor to do this, so that we know we can trust the results. There's really transparency in that. So I really appreciate this good work. And one thing I'm going to close with, because I'm a little bit of a process guy, I would ask that we actually take a motion to agree with the corrective action plan as a board. I know that management, and I know there is a habit to say, hey, management's agreed, that's fine, let's go on. But I think the board should actually take an affirmative action to support the proposed corrective action plan in the performance audit, to put our stamp on this.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
Okay.
Sure, very good. That's great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all of the work that was done. I appreciate, Courtney, both your independence and your collaborative nature. I feel that I can trust everything that you've written, and I understand that it's coming just straight with the facts. It's one of another, it's kind of a long line recently of eye-opening audits. I'm confident in our CEO and his team that these corrective actions will be put into place. I do want to ask you, Mario, to set the expectation, because I understand we're having a 6-month review of this. What can we expect of all of these corrective actions? I mean, is there like sort of a percentage that, and maybe it's a question for Courtney too, like what are you going to be looking at? Like, do you think everything can get done in 6 months? I don't think that's possible. So what, instead of having another review that looks as if it's bad, let's set some expectations here.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Chair. So the 6-month review that is one of the recommendations in the report is to really look back at the sole source justification process. Has this process that you see, the economy and efficiency coming up on a regular pace, right? Has that been curbed? Have controls been put in place? So that's what we're going to be zoning in that review period. We follow up on corrective action plans at a regular cadence. So you're going to see in relation to the recommendations that management's agreed to, we'll be reporting out when they say something's due that they anticipated to be in September. We will come in the quarter, sometime in the quarter following that, and we prepare verification, and then that is reported back out to the audit committee. It will be on a published dashboard as well soon. So you'll be able to see it on the on our website. So in relation to the specific 6-month, the review that we're talking about and initiating in December, that would be to look back at the justification process and see if they have improved the controls around that and lessened the sole source.
Okay.
And we had in our presentation that Don did, let's go to the prior slide. You're probably going to have to hit it back.
The other way.
One more.
There.
This is our timeline for correcting action. So we're looking into September 25th, update our history of procurements, work on our procurement manual and our sole source procedures, transition to contract management system, the items that we mentioned. In December, we want to update the delegated authorities and policies. In March 26th, we want to go into the key controls and monitoring establishments. And by April 26th, we want to have the annual procurement training plan for the sole source.
And given that, I know that the administration feels like December could be too soon. So I just want to say we will be evaluating before that's presented to the audit committee, evaluating and come back with a timing that maybe it won't be December. Maybe we'll wait till March, but we're going to evaluate that based on our pre-planning.
Very good, very good. I know, because looks like we're fixing a number of things that are in place now, and then we're also starting some from scratch.
Yep.
So there's a whole lot of work that has to be done. And I'm grateful to Councilmember Molina for bringing up the go, because that can result in sloppy work, and it can result in not filing things appropriately in whatever system that it is that we're having. And also, it was been pointed out a while ago that we had a pretty high staff turnover rate during the period of this audit. And I think that could also contribute to maybe some of the sloppiness that we might have seen. But we're on the right road. I think that's important. One of the things that I'd asked Mario for also was to have an agenda item on the different types of procurements and the criteria for using each. I know that you pointed out like FTA has certain requirements, FRA probably does, Caltrans has some. Why do we use some, not the other? And then, what are the policies that are underneath each one to ensure that we've got a tight ship, running a tight ship on all of these different different procurements. I think that would be great. All right, so everybody, thank you so much. We have a motion by Lakava, second by Ehlers. There's mine. So please use the, no, we're going to have to do a voice vote because we have somebody online.
We actually, they dropped off. So
Oh, they jumped off.
virtual.
Okay, all right, so we can use our
Can we
devices.
confirm the motion, Chair? It's to support management's acceptance of the corrective action plan. Is that correct,
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes. One is yes, two is no, three is abstain. There we go. Mice is not here. Oceanside is not here. Santee is not here right now. Okay. That passes unanimously. All right. So we're going to take public comments on the closed session. Then we're going to take a 5-minute break as we move into closed session, and we'll come back for closed session. All right. So Michael, could you please call the public comments on our closed session item?
Yes, we have 4 public comments. The first in person is Truth, followed by allegedly Audra.
Do you guys remember when there was only 60 seconds to speak? Speaking on data deprived closed sessions became an act of protest. What a fun time that was. Nothing has changed because there's no information on it. So I get to guess. Courtney making a determination on criminality when she's not a judge. The podium position, because, well, I don't know about now, but usually can't see anybody here on the left side. So that would be a deprivation of rights to address one's own government, because addressing encompasses more than audio. It's visual expression and exchange too. That's an easy lawsuit. Next guess. SANDAG seemingly ensured that MTS and NCTD were going to make sure YOP happened with zero assurance of where the money came from. Only the word grants came up. Transparency was missing in whatever that backroom deal was. If SANDAG continues to leave gaps in information, don't be surprised when people fill them in or sue to find out. Next lawsuit guess. Thanks, Peter, for answering the PRA. It took 11 days to answer when the law requires 10 days. However, I didn't have to wait for the record, so I'm not sure what to think about that, but it left SANDAG open to another lawsuit, and I'm going to have more PRAs soon. Next guess, a woman who works 5 minutes away from this building had no knowledge of the future OME border crossing. She said SANDAG must be keeping it secret for a reason. In more seriousness, at the last audit committee, I asked if lawsuits are what it would take to get our tax dollars back from those who made sure they disappeared at record rates. I'm still looking at those on past boards: Catherine, Hassan, Todd, Nora, Sean, Gary, Andre, etc. Very long list. SANDAG must legally hold the guilty parties accountable and be open and transparent about that intention as soon as that direction is clarified, if ever. Because contrary to Rebecca's past opinion, I've yet to see any tangible evidence that that is indeed the direction. Words are hollow without action. Audits are hollow without justice. So please think about the bigger picture of real accountability. Not talking about it, real action. I want to see my money right back in my pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is allegedly Audra in person, followed by Consuelo online.
Good thing you guys pay attention. It's so great. Oh, this is so interesting. It could be such a, variety of things since you guys engage in fraud, waste, and abuse and just, all the racketeering and whatnot. I'm wondering if it could be from the whistleblower that was fired. Could be that, right? Some more money to be spent there. It could be the fact that you guys were saying that the border was secure when we had an invasion going on, and we have all of these children who went missing, right? That people pretend to, talk about when in fact, yeah, there's 3,200 children that were in the convention center. Perhaps, could be to spend the money to make sure that that doesn't happen again, because you guys don't ever want to talk about it, but you like to lie to the people and say things like that. The border is secure. Oh, and then it could be, who knows, the storm, right? Not keeping up with infrastructure. So smart. And then that leads to having to spend more money in the back end. I mean, but we could be like the city of San Diego and counter-sue these people and say it's their fault, right? Who knows? Sure, that's a good idea, right? because it's like we don't want to take responsibility for our own actions. And speaking of actions, it could be the climate action plan that's totally bogus. People are suing the county for that. So it's like, who knows? Might as well just hit all of the boards with that. Let's see, what else could it be? Who knows? Like the VMT hoax, like the fact that you guys act like that actually provides any kind of data. No, it's just tracking and tracing, which is fun for you guys, right? That's interesting. What else could it be? I don't know, probably something you guys did today, who knows, or you'll do tomorrow. But I'm sure your closed session will be filled with a bunch of nonsense. And yeah, so good for you guys for always engaging in litigation. Actually, it's been nice to not have you guys, you know, engaging in it as much, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is Consuelo, followed by our last public comment, Paul the Bold.
Okay, Consuelo here. Well, I know there are some confirmed issues at SANDAG, like inaccurate financial reporting, contract management, improper payments, could be the ongoing litigation, the whistleblower lawsuit, the SR 125 toll road lawsuit. I mean, gosh, let's see. What else do I have here? I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. I just, you know, it could be so many things, but what we do know is that the fraud, waste, and abuse will continue. And it's so cute to listen to these shows and listen to this theater. And yeah, I just truly, truly hope that more people tune in and eventually do as Mario mentioned earlier, talking about moving towards, I hope you guys are moving towards getting the heck out of our lives. Happy Friday. Looking forward to next Friday, the 13th, for the next meeting. How appropriate. I'm done.
Last public comment is Paul the Bold. Go ahead, Paul.
Hello, back to Paul the Bold, as you can probably tell. Anyway, that was sure an interesting audit, and you know, these audits have gone on so long, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to wait till next year for a fix, because people distrust you so much. They may sue and all stuff and fraud and waste and abuse that goes on in these audits might, in fact, result in all these potential cases. But it's good that there's only one. Gosh, and there have been so few of these lately, I almost thought that all these legal conferences might have been a thing of the past, but I guess not. The hens are coming back to roost again. Two other things I can think of, maybe all the people who get hit or run over in those narrow bike lanes that are jammed in between cars and the edge of the road and all. You know, they aren't really safe at all. I don't know why anyone even uses them, to be honest. And also, of course, all the unnecessary costs in the Del Mar. It would be so much simpler if you would just go up the I-5 corridor, or I mean, my suggestion was go up the I-5 corridor, use the existing tracks.
Thank you, Paul. Your time has expired. That concludes our public comment on closed session, Chair.
Thank you. And board, I was just informed that in the closed session presentation will be 15 minutes long. It may generate some discussion by the board. And so we will need a motion to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock so we can follow our rules.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
moved by Gastelum, second by Shin.
second.
Is that it? Very good. Please vote to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock. Yeah, we still have a quorum. Yeah, hold on. Caroline is, she's going to get there. Okay. All right, that passes unanimously. Let's take a 5-minute break as we go into closed session. We could all use it. Are we good to go? All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to turn this over to Alfred for any reportable actions.
Thank you, Chair Ebner. The board met in closed session to discuss agenda item 5, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, potential initiation of litigation. One item, that matter was discussed and there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much. That concludes our meeting. We are adjourned until June 13th at 10:30 a.m., preceded by the Executive Committee at 9 a.m. See you all then.